But this one, no, this is the first time like it was disgusting when I found out what is that. Like I did not know until.
Oh, that's good. It was just the light from here that was making my beard look really silver. That's all right. I thought I'd aged really heavily very quickly. Who, me? Is that any better? Okay, cool, cool. We'll go with that then. No, that's cool. Can you guys see Tom?
He's a little bit shaky.
I
I can see Tom.
I can't. I'm gonna ditch and rejoin because he's not sure.
All right.
I can see Tom. Excellent. Awesome obstacles.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little. Okay, that's better. Sorry about that, folks. Manam, say hi real quick.
Hi.
Okay, everybody's doing it. I don't know what's going on.
Hello, folks.
Greetings and salutations, everyone, live from the Wuchi's room here on the dark side of the moon. This is Oblivion Unchained, Season 4, Episode 6. The Revelations of Jorzyah. We're going to get right into it. We're going to go ahead and do our introduction, starting with Manam.
Hey everyone, this is Manam. This is Muhammad Salama. I have a lot of name. I no longer can keep up with the name. I think it's a part of my fault. But yeah,
Spreadsheets are necessary.
keep it with the Jorgal. At the moment, we have a lot of things to talk.
Oh boy.
Hi. Hi, I'm Sai. I'm playing Ember, and apparently he may just have become qualified to date my cousin.
He's a real boy.
Hi, this is Tom. I play Krankus, and I think Krankus just wants a nap at this point.
Everyone wants that.
Not the only one, my friend.
Believe me. Everyone.
I'm the Loophole King. I'm the DM today and every day. Whew, a lot of stuff. When we last left our intrepid adventurers, they had just finished taking out the vampire lord, his lieutenant, a death's head tree, this massive ugly thing right here, and the revenant that's been chasing the party for the better part of 7 months, 8 months now. And Jorah's big brother, the person he was, the remaining clone of Jorah, who Manam's character was made a simulacrum of in the very beginning of the story, has died, and his soul has moved into Jorah, giving him some enlightening information about his true past. Also, they have come in contact, at least Jorah has felt the slight hand of Thandra, the goddess of life and death, here in what appears to be her main temple, long forgotten for an eon. The party has just finished the fight. Jorah received a vision of what this temple previously looked like before it was infested with vampires, and was given a decree to restore the temple to its proper glory. I missed one. Missed a deleted here.
Sorry, just quick process question.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea geographically of where we are? I mean, I know that we're inside the temple of the old temple of Thandra.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we have no idea exactly kind of where we are.
No,
I thought that was the case. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, there is no telltale signs. You were just teleported here. You did hear the crumbling of walls as you go take a peek, because I'm sure at least Ember would go, "What the hell was that?" Waiting for the other shoe to drop. You could see that the entrance had crumbled away and left a tunnel, because where there was just rock there before. You guys are in the process of getting ready to loot the bodies and search this area and this temple. And that's where we left off. Jorah, as you approach this tree, as it starts to crumble apart, and it's already looked like it was a dead tree anyway, but now after Krankus's final blow to it, pieces start to fall off and disintegrate, like it's been here for eons, right? Like this thing has been, like this was the heart of the evil that was consuming this temple. You do notice that there are several objects that look like they've been melded into this thing that are now falling to the floor and clanking. One of them grabs your attention. It's a small obsidian disc. And I will show you what it looks like.
Does that mean that in Jorah's new temple, the Krankis is going to be one of the holy saints?
Yeah, be a saver of this temple.
Yeah. You find a small disc. It has this shield symbol on it. It's onyx. It's got a green silken thread that looks like you would kind of like attach it to either it's an amulet or a brooch. You could probably might use it. It looks more like an amulet than anything else, but it's a fine silk amulet. As you pick it up,
It looks like symbols.
you can
of the elf
you
god.
see the symbols on it, and you recognize one, the circle with the line, which is Thondra, and you recognize the tree in Four Seasons, which is Nadara,
Yeah.
and you recognize the eye with the star background, which is Vidian. Because
And also the starburst is.
and the starburst in the center of Orad.
Yeah, I that's all right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as you're looking at this, it kind of catches your eye because it's it's the size of like maybe a playing card. Like it's not huge. Right? Yeah. It's
like that.
Yeah, it's a circle. Yeah, but it's like a circle. Like it's the shield shape, but it's
Yeah.
it's only a couple of inches. But it's intricate detail. But it's all onyx with these symbols impressed onto it. Ember, it catches your eye as he's looking at this, and you immediately are drawn to it as well. Would you like to give me a roll to see if you can recognize the symbols of the other deities?
What would you like, a religion roll or a history roll?
Religion. You do have advantage on this because of your tie to Nadara.
Let me give you another roll then.
Oof.
10, sadly.
Well,
I mean, I recognise Nadara's symbol, I recognise Thandra's,
Yeah.
and it's not too much of a logical leap to say that it seems to be something that has the symbols of all of the other gods on it.
Oh, sorry, you kind of went all green again.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Slightly better.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
it's not
drop and
green.
rejoin.
Yeah.
Let me drop and rejoin.
Yep, that fixed it.
Cool. Awesome. I'll if Jorah's holding it, I'm not trying to take it off him. I start pointing at the symbols.
As you start examining this, on the back, there are some names etched quite finely, and they're aligned in the same order. Some of them are missing. Some of them don't have names. But if you flipped it over directly in the center where the sun is, there's a name that you recognize. Trebithic Pulviplume.
Ah, okay.
Right underneath it is Ember Hemlock. Above it is your favorite cat.
Leon.
Yeah, Leon Win Fourtooth. Here, for Thondra, is Jorzyah the Gaul. Manam, that kind of shocks you because that's like, why is that printed on this? Like you just figured out that's who you were. Why is this on here like this? And then there is another name behind the hammer is Berenga Grey Delver. And etched right along the bottom section, right way below Nadara, like it's on the very tip, like it runs down towards the point and then up away from the point. A symbol, there's a small symbol in front of the name and at the end of the name. It's a dagger with intertwined blades. Right, so it's a single hilt, but the blade, there's two blades that come out of it and kind of wrap around each other.
Yeah.
And you kind of recognize it, like it kind of makes sense, like you know who this is, even with your 10. It's Robin's symbol.
Yeah.
But Robin's is not printed at the top, like then big, bold, like everybody else's. His symbol isn't found up here. It's, right along the bottom where it comes down to the point, and it says the Right Honorable Alistair Grimes.
Okay.
Do I see this name also?
Yeah, you see it at the very like it's like Robin. It looks like everything else. Robin tried to hide it, but he had to put it on it. Like everybody put their symbol on here. And he's like, I'll put mine on here, but I'll put it down here at the bottom, hidden in the fine print, right? And as you stare longer at it, Manam, you start to get the feeling of the presence of Thondra again, and you start to recite the names of these gods out loud. Orad the Dawnbringer, Thondra the Requiem, Thormodin the Hammerer. Hey, look, there's a hammer. Morrigan the Bloodstained, that is the spear. Nadara the Elder, Krakadon the Thunder and Wind, which is the trident out of the storm. Vidian Star-Eyed, Robin Two-Tails, and Selosana the Wayfarer. Now, if you look closely in the Dawnbringer's golden sun, you will see a small golden lyre in the very center. Selosana's symbol is a sunflower overlaid with a golden lyre. So you can barely make that out. Like she was, like she's a almost like the daughter, son of Orad, like that kind of positioning where she's not a major deity. Like you can see the major deities all have their symbols. Robin is a major deity, but he plays by a different set of rules. And Selosana is not a primary deity. And it looks like there's nothing for Selos. There is no champion for Morrigan, no champion for Krakadon, and no champion for Selosana. As of yet.
Champions that we don't know about, which probably means we need to find them.
And you guys can see this now?
Yeah.
The list of the old gods? Okay. You guys can see that real quick. Yeah, but you do have the name, or you know who Captain Alistair is.
Yeah.
And apparently...
No.
Yeah.
We know who Captain Leon is. We don't know who the Right Honourable Alistair is.
Yeah, you do. You had dinner with him twice.
Oh, that dude.
Yeah, the Right Honorable Alistair Grimes.
I thought he was captain. I didn't realise he was a right honourable. Okay.
Yeah, it's a yeah. The Right Honorable Captain Alistair Grimes.
Okay, well, I know where to find him then.
Yeah.
Okay, Beringer Grey Delver is the other one then.
Yeah, Berenga Grey Delver is apparently the champion of Thormodon, the Hammerer.
Okay.
So, as you feel this wave kind of rush over you, Manam, you get the sense that you've been chosen as her champion. She didn't ask you if you wanted to be. It was you accepted her help. You were the person that needed to be here to do what was needed to be done. So now you're the champion. It's kind of like looks like you stepped in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want my help. The cost of my help is you're my champion now.
It's not about the cost of my help. Like, hey, you end up here and you're doing my thing, and I think you're the right choice. So
Yes.
yeah, you are mine, sort of.
Yes. As you here, let us let me pull up Jorah here, and let me give you the Amulet of the Elder Gods. I will read this. This simple obsidian-shaped amulet is shaped like a shield, held in place by a green silken sash and carved with the Elder God symbols. Radiates incredible abjurative power. On the back of the disc, aligned with each symbol, is a name. Some have names, some do not. You are going to have some downtime here for a day or two, so we're going to let you guys know what these things do. The amulet has 3 charges. When you would take damage from any source, you can use your reaction and expend 1 charge instead to take no damage. You then make a ranged spell attack targeting a creature you can see within 120 feet. On a hit, that creature takes necrotic damage equal to the damage you would have taken.
Ooh.
Nice.
It regains 1d3 expended charges at dawn.
When you said range attack, using what? Intelligent?
Whatever your spell casting is. Yours is intelligence.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be whatever. It is not, and you know that you can use this. Any champion can use this. So the only people who can attune to it, to use it, are champions if your name is listed on here. Right? It's a very specific piece of, magic, powerful magic. Yeah, it's a gift. Only the champions can use it. While they're looking at that, Krankus, you notice this thing fall kind of from the back, and it looks like this. It looks like a pelt. A giant, like a albino dire wolf pelt. But it's got straps.
Gotcha.
It's got like a strap that kind of like it's a cloak. And they're all eyeballing this, and you're like, the hell is that? As this tree continues to slowly crumble. You pick it up, and you can hear the chorus of the animal god, of the animal lords, saying, "You have done well. You've acquitted us. You've slain the queen. You've brought back honor to our names. Like this chorus of all these accolades kind of joining in as you can feel the presence of the animal lords here in this temple now that the taint is gone from it, the evil taint. You start to surmise, a lot of you as you guys are doing this, that these artifacts, this magic has been here for a long time. For Krankus, I'll move this over. So I'm just moving these over so we know who. So I know I've gone over them. The pelt of the Great Wolf. While you wear this pelt, you get a +2 bonus to your AC and to saving throws.
All right.
Your walking speed increases by 10 feet. You have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing, sight, or smell. And when you use your reckless attack, your allies have advantage on attack rolls against creatures within 10 feet of you until the start of your next turn.
Nice.
For the duration,
Whoa.
Whenever one of your allies scores a critical hit on a creature within 10 feet of you, the attack benefits from your brutal critical feature.
Ooh.
So if you reckless attack, Manam gets advantage on his attack. If he crits, he gets your brutal critical feature. He rolls two extra dice.
Yep.
Cool.
And it can only be worn by you.
I wasn't giving it up.
No, I wasn't. I was going to suggest you keep that. That's really good for you. That basically buffs you in 3 incredibly good places.
Yeah.
It gives you more speed, it gives you more saving throws, and it gives you more armor class. If it did nothing else but that, it would be completely worth having. All the rest of the stuff is just icing and cherries on the cake, buddy. That's awesome.
The next one also goes to Krankus. I'll put this over here. Wings of the Prey.
Okay.
Normally bestowed upon defenders of city walls or mountain rangers alike, these wings bestow great mobility, as well as packing a secret weapon. The appearance of the wings vary from individual to another, shifting in color to mirror their soul. So when you attune to it, it literally your wings will mirror it. This will replace your normal wings.
Gotcha.
This item has 6 charges and recharges fully at dawn. While attuned to the wings, you have a flying speed equal to 10 multiplied by the number of charges remaining in feet. So, as a bonus action, you can speak the command word and make the wings appear or disappear. So, it doesn't require any, like you still have your little wings, but when you use your bonus action, these stay and they just stay that way. For you, as soon as you put them on, you grow these big wings, and that's it. You don't get to turn them off. Because the animal lords are like, look, everybody else that you know is way faster and way more mobile, and you're like kind of having a hard time to keep up when they're flying and shit. Razor Sharp. As an action, while the wings are present, you can expend 1 charge to hurl a flurry of razor sharp feathers in a 30-foot cone. Each creature makes a DC 17 dex save or takes 8d6 slicing damage, save for half. So, if you've ever read the comic books, the X-Men comic books with Archangel, when he gets the metal wings, you can do that kind of thing where you throw the... and every time you do that, it loses a charge, and whenever you lose a charge, you lose 10 feet of flying speed.
So when he uses a charge, he have a 50 movement of flying, right?
Yeah.
Because it's 60.
He starts at 60, and every charge he uses lowers his fly speed.
Lowers it by 10
feet.
Oh.
Yeah. He loses 10 feet for every charge.
That's really cool, buddy. That's really cool.
8d6 are good. For area effect, that's good.
Manam, I don't know whether I'm just putting these with one of you, so you can see it. Suit of the Golden Shadow. This has a really funny beginning, so I said, Jim, you're being silly. Shadows can't be gold. That'd be absurd. Famous last words of a guard before being obliterated by a rogue.
Oh my god,
This is light armor. Requires attunement by a rogue. Your AC is equal to 14 plus your dex modifier. No cap. Shadow Walker.
So what's your deck? 20?
my dex.
Yeah.
Look, I am muscular rogue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shadow Walker. Whilst attuned to this armor, you gain a +5 bonus to all stealth checks and gain advantage on perception checks to spot hidden creatures. Unseen. While wearing this armor, you can use an action to cast invisibility on yourself. You can use this feature twice per long rest.
Nice.
Fade from view. Fade from view. Whenever you kill a creature on your turn, you may choose to become invisible until the end of that turn. This effect lasts until the end of your next turn or ends early if you attack or cast a spell.
Oh god, this is. Oh god. Yeah, this is so good, actually.
Precise Assassination. Whenever you roll a 1 on a damage die for your sneak attack ability, you can re-roll that die and must use the new one. So basically, you have Great Weapon Master for your sneak attack dice. So when any of your sneak attack dice roll a 1, you can re-roll it.
Okay.
But only while you're wearing the armor and attuned to this armor, which may be worse than your other armor. I'm also going to give...
Yeah, it is worse, yeah.
Yeah, I am also going to give you this one because it's funny. This little ooze thing pops out and starts to like slither around and kind of like lays there and it kind of like quivers. And you can sense that it's nice. Like it's a good ooze.
Benign.
Right, yeah, it's a benign ooze. And it kind of like quivers and kind of like moves up. It actually, I'm going to do this instead. Because Ember is the nicest one of the group and has the highest charisma, it will come to you.
Oh.
Because you're the nicest.
I will reach down my hand and allow it to puddle in my paw.
While I'm holding this suit, I see this ooze and it come to me and like change his mind and go.
Yeah. Like it kind of like Krankus is around the near the back. And he's like checking out these wings. He's like, "This is fucking awesome!" Like he's like getting ready to tying the cloak on. And he's like, "I got these wings." When you do attune to the cloak, like the cloak melds into your back, so all you have is like this wolf head across your top, so it doesn't interfere with anything. And you're checking out these wings. You're like, "I'll put this harness on," and all of a sudden this thing's like. And kind of like looks at Krankus and is like, and then looks at Manam and is like, goes over to Ember. Morphing Ooze. To attune to the Morphing Ooze, a host must first ingest it, unlocking the following properties. While attuned to it says gloves, but they are gloves. You gain one of the following properties, your choice when you attune to the gloves. Resistant. While attuned, you have resistance to poison and acid damage, and you're immune to the poison condition. Amorphous. As an action, you can speak the command word and cause your body to assume the amorphous qualities of an ooze. For the next minute, you and everything you're wearing and carrying can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide. You can use that once a day. Acid Breath. 30-foot cone, 5 feet wide. It deals 8d8 acid damage once a day. And then these, you pick one of those 3, and then the last 2 are non-negotiable. If the host dies while wearing the morphing ooze inside them, it bursts out and engulfs the host, turning their corpse into a black pudding allied with somebody you don't know. And it can't be removed from you while you're attuned to it, and you can't voluntarily end your attunement to it. If you're targeted by a spell that ends a curse, your attunement to the ooze ends, and the ooze detaches from you.
Okie dokie.
When a morphing ooze is detached, it seeps out of your digestive tract, leaving behind a foul substance that afflicts you with a debilitating disease. Until cured, you have disadvantage on all ability checks. You basically have permanent 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, sounds lovely, and I'm not interested in ingesting it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Yeah. And then, as the very heart of this thing finally cracks open and disintegrates, there's a tome that looks like this, that has a cover that looks like this. Cool piece of actual artwork that I found that makes it look cool. It's bound in this, made out of some sort of hide. All right, Ember.
Excellent.
You ready for this one? This one goes to Ember. Yolan's Grimoire. Requires attunement by a creature who can cast at least 7th level spells. Is that you?
Yep,
you do
that's
that?
me.
The ancient text filled with numerous accounts of almost every area and field of magic. The mythological book, Yolan's Grimoire, is sought after by many a wizard and other spellcasters alike, and has been the goal of many failed expedition, adventure, or quest. The book's author, the great wizard sage Yoland of Othria, filled the pages with accounts of every definitive account of magic that he could find, from divine powers to arcane spells. Fearing the true power of his work, the ancient wizard imbued the pages of the time with powerful magic. Since then, Yolan's Grimoire rarely lingers in one place. As soon as the book is read, it vanishes to some other corner of the multiverse where its repertoire of magical understanding can be read by another. Although attempts have been made to copy the work, efforts to do so fail to capture its magical nature or translate the text it offers to anyone aside from those with the blood of Yoland. So basically, if you don't have the blood of Yoland, you can't make a copy. A heavy clasp wrought to look like thorny vines keep the content book secure. Only a creature can cast spells at least 7th level or higher that is attuned to the book can release the clasp that it holds it shut. Once the book is opened, the attuned creature must spend 80 hours reading and studying the book to digest its contents and gain its benefits. Other creatures who peruse the book's open pages can read the text but glean no deeper meaning and reap no benefits. The creature who tries to read from the book who cannot cast any spell of 7th level or higher takes 24d6 force damage. This damage ignores resistance and immunity and can't be reduced by many means. A creature reduced to 0 by this damage disappears and is destroyed, leaving its possessions behind. Benefits granted by Yolan's Grimoire last only as long as you maintain the ability to cast 7th level spells or higher. If you lose the ability to cast the spells, you lose all the benefits granted by the book permanently. So if for any reason you can't cast 7th level spells, the benefits are gone. You gain 2 minor beneficial properties, 2 major beneficial properties. Wizardly spells, you don't need to worry about that one. But you can
actually get the one thing that it does give me from wizardly spells is
2 cantrips
expertise in Arcana.
Well, you get 2 spells of your choice from the wizard spell list, and 1 first level, 1 second level spell. These are always known or prepared. Intelligence is your casting for these, so that makes kind of a difference. Your intelligence goes up by 2. Once you've studied and read and studied the book, any spell slot you expend to cast a bard, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard spell counts as a spell slot of 1 level higher.
Oh, that's so good.
You have advantage on any intelligence skill-based check, and you have resistance to the damage of spells. Plus whatever you decide, whatever we roll there. But it takes 80 hours straight. Once you start reading it, you can't stop reading it.
Yeah. Well,
That's gonna be soon.
Jorah, as you go over here to loot your brother.
by the way, just to point out something, while I'm doing that, I remember something, and I will take the gold monocle, and I'll start looking on it.
Oh. Are you doing that before you loot him, or while you're standing here?
Yeah, while I'm walking, like
Okay, well,
the moment because
as soon as you look around here, um, underneath the the basically 2 foot pile of dust and detritus that is left behind from this thing, and you've taken all the magic items and kind of brushed them off. There's a circle underneath it, a magic circle.
Oh, awesome.
do I know it is like some kind of teleport circle or what?
Oh yeah. And as you tell your friends and you guys start to move away the dust, nobody can see it. Ember, are you sure there's one here? You could only Manami. You take the monocle down, and you're like, you can still see it without the monocle. Like,
Okay.
you can see it, but the rest of you can't. Jordan's like pointing to like, there's a magic circle here, and Ember, you're like, no, there's not. You're like, yes, there is. No, there's not.
I mean, funny enough, Jorgal normally see things. Like the only two people in the party that can see things that
Yeah.
other party member can see is me and Leon for some
Yeah.
reason. So I'm pointing that to Ember because she is the best caster, after the Dark Mage, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna say that out loud. But he know that she is the best caster, and I point that out.
You're the best caster that I can see. Currently.
Also, while the monocle is up, you see a huge, massive, aura coming off of this vampire. Like with the monocle, you're like, holy crap. It's like this weird, like you've seen part of this aura before, like when you were looking at the Elven Princess when she was putting on the items, that kind of fey magic glow, but it looks like it's got these weird black evil tendrils all through it.
Out of character, no one should have these things. I will point that also to Ember how there's something with this person have that's similar to the Fey Princess, but
Yeah.
it's so hideous, and even I believe Ember will dislike it.
Sorry if you're talking, you're muted. Or he's talking to his friend.
No, he talking to someone else
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
door.
Yeah, apologies for that. I just got interrupted very
Oh.
briefly, so that's why
That's
I
okay.
muted it. So I wasn't-
Would you like to cast Detect Magic?
I will use my wand of detect magic because I don't have any spell slots left. I'd use that to cast detect magic. But yes, I
so
would
you
like
see
to.
this. So Jorah describes this look to you, this aura to you, and as soon as you cast Detect Magic, well, first of all, there's a lot, like just around,
Yeah.
well, primarily because there's a lot of legendary artifacts just laying around where you guys are standing. You guys are like pocketing this shit.
Well, I mean, to be fair, but all three of us are lit up like Christmas trees.
Yeah.
So
Well, no. Your normal items that would normally be like the most prevalent thing in the room are overshadowed by the items you have just pulled out of this tree.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
And when you look over at this vampire, or the pile of dust of this vampire lord, this sword, this scimitar that he was holding, you can see that fey, like you instantly recognize this is fey magic, but it is corrupted.
Ooh, okay.
You need to be careful with it, Ember. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
We need to be, no. We need to be very careful with it.
Yeah, and by the way, I will
Fey
say
ma-
that again. There are circle magic here in the dust. I know you don't see it.
Yeah, with the detect
Um,
magic, you see a faint outline of a really old magic circle.
we
Right.
might.
Like with your detect magic, Ember, like you can see the circle, but just barely. Like,
right. Okay.
you would surmise that Jorah can see it because he is Dondra's chosen, and anything in here he just gets to see because, right? Like it's just like a benefit of being, oh, you're the champion. You get to know all the cool tricks that go on in here, and you're like, I'm not, but
Yeah.
Just to be sure, did I saw the circle before I put the monocle or after I put the monocle?
so when you put the monocle on, you started to see the image of what it used to look like again, like you did in
Oh, okay.
the Elvish temple.
The
Remember?
yes, yeah.
And now because you've surmised that basically allows you to see important magical places how they used to look, right?
Okay.
Like you're seeing like what they're supposed to look like, not what they look like now. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
I
why.
understand that.
So when you picked it up and you looked at it and you could see it and you put it down, you can now just see, like, you can see that this is places all crumbled down and things are falling apart, but you can still kind of see that outline of what Thondra showed you, like very faint. So what would you like to do with this evilish fey sword laying on the ground there?
Looking to Ember because Ember understand that more than me.
Um,
Is there a way of check to understand grabbing something very corrupt? It my what they call the word because I will give because Jorah holded a lot of bad thing before.
Yeah.
I was going to
So
say we've had more than enough experience with
yeah.
evil sentient weapons
Yes.
to be extremely careful when it
So
comes to this one.
Yeah.
I will ask
So
because do I like in my understanding do I take out a cloth this time? And I hope my dad be proud if he see me
Yeah.
ever like, why did you do that before with the staff?
Yeah.
And take it and will not latch out. I'll try to do something. And is
I
there
was
a
going to
way
say,
to
listen,
understand it? Go ahead.
I have a spare cloak. Why don't
Okay.
you use this to pick it up and wrap it up
Ember,
so that
give
you
me a
don't actually physically.
Ember, give me a history check.
I don't have.
Your Fey background as you like get a little like you move a little closer so you can check it out. And it wasn't something that you noticed while the fight was going on because you know there's a lot of stuff, a lot of moving parts. Now that you look at this thing,
Yeah.
it's a moonblade.
Oh God. Oh yeah, I remember it said that, but we did not know that.
You know that
Oh.
moonblades are only crafted by elves, and they're passed down generation to generation inside the same family.
Yeah.
And you know that they're all pure and they're all designed to promote, elven culture, protect the elven people. This one looks corrupted, like bad.
Yeah.
Like
Yes,
something has gone
yes.
horribly, horribly wrong here. I told you that. Well, actually, let's see if you remember. Give me an intelligence check.
All of us or one?
All of you.
Okay. Challenge.
Wow.
No. I'm too busy looking at my new book.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop the blood coming from my brain.
All that too.
Okay. Are you putting it in your bag of holding, or what are you doing with this thing? Are you just going to wrap it?
I think we should wrap it extremely carefully so that it's fully wrapped up and covered.
It is.
Tie something around it so the wrapping doesn't come off.
Yeah. No, I
And
assumed
then-
you guys are binding this thing so none of it sticks out or touches anybody or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, in which case, at that point, I'm going to say I'll stick it in my bag of holding.
All right.
I'm sure. You wanna put it this something corrupting it with the other freaking a lot of magical item you have in the bag of holding.
Yeah, it's an extra dimensional space, buddy.
As you go, as you're starting to wrap this up, I'm assuming you're making Jorah do it.
Well, yeah. I'm
You
not
have careful hand. Yeah.
Jorah, this thing is actively let me see something here. You actively can feel the negative energy coming off of this thing. I will put that there. It will go up in your thing there. You also find you can put this in your. He has armor. He has magical armor as well. The armor is magical. Would you like to put it in your bag?
Yes, please.
Okay.
How
Okay.
dare you?
Okay. Okay.
There's that.
Um.
And now that you're looking around, what's the distance? It's 60 feet, right?
Yes.
Are you going to wander towards the?
Yes, I'm going to wander around whilst it's up to see if I can identify any other bits.
Oh
and pieces
yes.
of it.
Oh yeah. There's a ton coming off of Jorgal and what's left of the items that Jorgal left and the items that she left.
Yeah. By the way, I'm still holding them. Quick question, DM. Does the monocle have what they call it, holder? So I put it in a way with the helmet.
No,
so
it's like the guy from the Mr. Peanut off the Planters
Oh,
Peanuts. It's just
okay.
you set it up on your eye and you kind of squint and kind of holds it up there.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that at the moment, so to keep it in my eye. So and later on, I'm gonna do something about how to put it not permanently, but in a way that
Well,
I
it's
can put it. In,
once you've used it in a place, you retain that. So it gives you the ability to see it. So now that you've used it and activated it, and once you take it down off of your eye, you can still see. It's not as clear, right? Like when you hold it up, you see as it really looks. When you take it down, it looks like it does now, but there's a thin illusion that you can
Yeah.
see of what it's supposed to look like superimposed over it.
I see.
So as you guys come down here, I'm assuming Jorah wants to come, like the whole party's marching their
Yeah.
happy ass down the corner.
Yeah, I will walk looking at Edgy brother. Like
I don't
Edgy-
know where this is, but I know how to get around here.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a
so-
direct.
So we'll open Jorah up as Jorah picks up all these items that you see are magical.
give me 1 second. Sorry, I will go to toilet.
Right. Why is it? No. Don't do that. Why is it doing that? Stupid. Yeah. Krankus, you can feel like the even with your normal senses, this place has lost a lot of its evil taint, right? The evil that kind of hung over it, but it still smells like death and decay. Primarily because there's stacks of ashen bodies everywhere.
Can somebody light a match? Something? Especially now that I have enhanced perception, right? It's like, oh, come on.
Well, after you spend an hour to attune to it, you will. But
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you're like even without the extra, you're like, whew, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of death.
Oh. Oh, that really gets the throat. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Really sticks back there.
You recognize the plate mail that he's wearing as Centauria plate. But it is matte black, lacking the usual opalescence luster of the normal stuff. It looks like your red armor.
Oh,
Only this is like that matte black, like it kind of almost absorbs light at a point. I'll put this over here.
I'm looking at it. You've always been edgy, even in your death.
Yeah. Centauria plate armor dread. It's half plate and plate, don't have disadvantage on stealth checks, and does not have a strength requirement. It is shaped with intense emotions with its dread. Matte black. While attuned to and wearing this armor, you have a +1 bonus to armor class, and whenever a creature within 5 feet of you hits you with a melee attack and deals damage, you can use your reaction to force the creature to roll a d6 and subtract the result from its damage roll. Minimum damage of 1. Creatures immune to be frightened are unaffected by this property, which is why it didn't work on anybody that was hitting him in here, because none of them are scared. But yeah, so it's basically one of those, whenever anybody hits you, you can use your reaction and reduce the damage by a d6, but you still take at least 1 point of damage.
Yeah.
The other thing is his shield. You needed another shield.
I mean, I don't look like for real. I've been missing a lot of shield. Like, I don't have a lot of shield. I have only one shield at the moment.
Well, you got rid of a bunch of them. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, how many do you need?
Yeah.
I need a lot. More than 3.
This set of armor is fashioned after a Death Knight's armor and is reinforced with adamantine. While attuned to this shield, it's part of the Dread Knight's Dreadful Accoutrements set. But it's off of a Death Knight that he killed. While holding the shield, you have advantage on initiative rolls and perception checks. While holding the shield, you have advantage on saving throws against spells and magical effects, and spell attacks against you have disadvantage.
Oh God.
And shield bash. Whenever you take the attack action, bonus action, you can bash them. If it is larger or smaller, you can knock it prone. If you use this ability, you lose the AC bonus provided by the shield until the start of your next turn. Pretty good shield.
It is.
Very nice.
And then the thing that is oozing green mist. Plague Bearer's Gift. This flail has 3 long whip-like strands of tough muscle woven together that bear sharp stingers at one end. To attune to this symbiotic weapon, you wrap the handle around your wrist for the entire attunement period, during which the flail painfully embeds its tendrils into your arm. You gain a +2 to attack and damage made with this magic flail, but the attack rolls made against aberrations with this weapon have disadvantage. It deals an additional 2d4 points of poison damage on a hit. The creature hit by this weapon takes in 1d6 extra psychic damage. When you roll a 20 for an attack roll, the target is stunned until the end of the next turn. You're resistant to poison damage. As an action, you can activate Plague Bearer's gift ability. This causes anyone enter their turn within 5 feet of the wielder to take 2d6 poison damage. It lasts for a minute and can be used once a day. A critical hit with the Plague Bearer's gift gives the creature the poison condition. And any spells and smites that require melee weapon attack to work can deal poison damage instead of their normal damage type. And so if you smite, like if you're a paladin or an anti-paladin like him, instead of doing necrotic damage with his smite, he can do poison damage instead. Or any spell that you have that require a melee attack.
Fucking powerful.
So the spells that require melee attacks like Booming Blade, Green Flame Blade, things like that, can do poison damage instead. As a bonus action, you can sheath the flail by causing it to retract into your arm, or draw the whip out of your arm, or draw the whip. So as a bonus action, you can have it pop out, and it becomes a 3-bladed thing. It is also a symbiote. To unattune to it, you must first attach a handle, causing potentially lethal dose of psychic venom, DC 17, or take 10d6 psychic damage and are paralyzed indefinitely. On a success, you only take half damage and are not paralyzed. That's why he was whooping.
What?
That's why he was whooping their ass.
I'm looking at that weapon like
poison damage doesn't do very well against undead. It's not a great. It's not great undead weapon. It's like poison. I don't care.
Yeah. but still, you know what's funny about it? Like when he appeared the first time, and I've been calling him edgy.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. Like I don't know about what he having, and now he showing me what he's equipped. All of it is screaming about this edgy person. How dark this person.
Yeah.
So dark, so edgy, so God, the corner person. Like I'm amazed.
And then the chick. What?
Just reading about the tainted moonblade.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. So quit reading. You don't know anything about that.
No, I know, but I mean...
So, Ember, things that are going to go into your giant bag of holding, which is almost full, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of some.
Another suit of +2 plate.
Yay.
Off of Lady Varnessa. And then Awakened Dragon's Wrath Greatsword. This weapon is decorated with dragon heads, claws, wings, scales, or draconic letters. This has got draconic writing all up and down the blade. When it steeps in a dragon's horde, it absorbs the energies of the dragon's breath weapon and deals damage of that type. When you roll a 20, each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target takes 5 damage of the type dealt by the weapon. In this case, this is fire. You get a +2 to hit and damage. On a hit, it deals an extra 2d6 fire damage. And you can use a cone of destructive energy. Once per day, it deals 8d6 fire damage.
Krankus?
Krankus' weapon is still better.
You might like.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I like mine. I like mine.
Krankus is
know
still
what?
Fair
better.
enough. Listen. No, dude. Fair enough. I just thought that sounds ideal for the sort of thing that you would normally wave around. So.
But normally, I don't like these type of weapon because.
Save it for like when Leon and somebody comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're coming back.
Yeah, Leon will love this. Like I'm looking at this weapon. I'm saying like, Leon will freaking love this weapon. Like he will love this so much. He will like.
This one's not cursed, so
Yeah.
it'll be good.
Oh yeah, no, this one's not cursed.
Why? Come to think, why almost my weapon is good. Only Grace that like I think only Grace is the best weapon I ever had, and
We had the Sword of the Prunes.
no, I give it to.
Yeah, I mean, but you had that one. That wasn't cursed either.
Yeah, it wasn't cursed. Yeah.
So you guys, we're gonna kind of Scooby Doo. You search the rest of this temple, and find piles of dust and clothing, pretty much everywhere. There's probably another 20 vampires or vampire-like creatures that were in here in these various rooms back here and up through here and in this altar area. You search everywhere, ending up in the altar. Most of them have just generic items, like they didn't have any, like, anything worth, a couple of gold pieces, and you're like, none of them had anything worth worrying about. Like, you kick them around a little bit. There are ancient texts in some of these rooms, like in the library area back here, that shouldn't be moved until you have the proper like sage, somebody who's used to dealing with something like this, like somebody from the library in Embry, probably, or the library at the Capitol, probably can take this stuff and keep it from coming apart.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
once you arrive here in the temple area, come on, Jorah, give me the program, man.
Oh,
Come here.
you-
Come here. You
you're
find
saying
this, the door. You find this altar. You can feel the evil just radiating off of this thing as it's been desecrated. Blood, there's dried blood across the top of it, caked in what looks like centuries thick layers. The blood is pooled around it, and you see what appears to this room here has stacks of bones and stuff, and you found a couple rooms like that where quite obviously were victims of something, humanoids, monsters, all kinds of stuff just laying, piled up in these rooms, mostly back here in these like little cells, and these two rooms back here. The vampire body that was here has what appears to be that warped holy symbol again, and what appears to be some sort of sacrificial dagger. Jorgal, give me a wisdom save, please.
Wisdom check. 21.
You do not go into a mad rampage, but you immediately stalk over to that holy symbol, grab it, and just start smashing it against the wall until it's piece. You turn this thing into dirt, right? Like you're smashing it with a rock, and then you start taking out your wineskin and start to like scrub this altar, and all you're doing is making the blood wet and like it's not coming off, and you have this sense of like this has got to be taken care of. Like you can't, like this has to be consecrated some way.
Yeah, purified or something like that.
Yeah.
I will look back and see and like pray to Thundra and to see.
Okay, roll me a D100.
Okay, 100. 82.
You see, for the first time ever, the two of you watch as Jorah kneels in front of this altar. He reaches down and grabs the amulet he's put on, holds it tight to his chest, and starts mumbling what sounds like a prayer to Thondra. As he does that, you can feel this sense of dread start to seep away from this area, and you feel like this kind of like a calming emotion. It's not very strong, like it's not overwhelming, like bursting you into tears, kind of overwhelming, but it's really faint. And you see symbols on the front of the altar glow with a faint silvery light, and you see some of the blood start to like almost steam off. Like you can see it, like you know how like in Endgame where the people were turned into dust. It's kind of like that, kind of floating off as it flakes and just kind of dissipates. Eventually, most of it is gone. Jorah, you do this for about a minute, and you hear in your mind, it will take some time to restore my temple to its proper place. But first, you must find the other champions. Return to the tower, return to the spires. Fix what has been broken, and return us to this land. And as she says the spires, you get a picture of from your it feels like she's pulling images out of your memory. You've seen some of these places before. You've been to 2 of them before as Jorzyah. And other ones you can't get kind of like this superimposed picture. The Emerald Spire, which you know where it's at. The Ruby Spire appears to be in a mountainous area. The Topaz Spire is on an island that you recognize. The Pearl Tower, which is white. The Amethyst Tower, which is in a forest. And you see a large oakish tree off in the distance that you recognize as Ember's Grove tree.
It is considered a spire also.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you see the amethyst spire, and behind it, off in the distance. Remember, you guys were there. You never actually went over to it. Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's the amethyst one, and you can see her tree behind it, off in the distance.
I couldn't follow up with that so fast. Sai, did you follow up with that, or can you write that for me? I'll just print that for me. I'll take that for later.
It's the Emerald Spire. Yeah, the Emerald Spire.
Yeah.
The Ruby
We know
Spire.
where the Emerald Spire was because it got turned black.
Yeah.
So we know where that one is.
The
and
Ruby.
obviously the white. Is it the Ruby Spire or the White Spire? That's the one that's near my grove.
The Amethyst Spire.
The amethyst.
The Amethyst Spire
Yeah.
is near my grove. Okay.
And then you have the Ruby Spire, which is red. And that's in a mountainous area. The Topaz Spire, which is a yellowish orange, is on an island that he recognizes, where you started your adventure, where you personally started your adventure. The Pearl Tower is in an area of the Ruby Spire is in a mountainous area. The Pearl Tower, the white one, is in a looks like it's on a snowy background. And then the Amethyst Tower, you know where that one's at. And then there's a Crystal Tower that seems to be, it's dark already. Maybe it's in a cave or some underground somewhere. You're not sure.
Right.
Now it's kind of also it clicked in my mind. Long time ago. One of the things that he have the card of a person standing in front of a tower.
Oh, what, your tarot card?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that you wondered why it was like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never
No,
foreshadow. I would never foreshadow anything like that. Never. It would never.
Yeah,
that shit would never happen.
Like now, like everything clicked. Like I remember the one tower. Like, oh, there are more, and they're very important. And just to point out, Dora will while the images he will try to remember, and he will say it out loud about each tower and what picture on it, and what the image is that the first he put in his mind and the memory he have.
Yeah. So you know where the Emerald Spire is.
Yeah.
You know where the Topaz Spire is. The Topaz Spire is on the island that you stole the orb from. And the Amethyst.
The cult isle.
Yes.
Yeah, the code.
Yeah.
And the Amethyst one is where is there in the forest.
Yeah.
The other one is in a mountainous region, the red one, and then the pearl one seems to be in a snowy, almost like ice, and then the crystal tower appears to be underground or in a dark place. You're not sure.
Right.
And then you guys have whatever you want to do now. There is a some information that I believe Jorah wants to give you when you guys take your rest. And you guys basically can you feel safe taking your rest here. Sai, your paradise will not open here.
No. But I assume I can put a dome up.
Yeah, you can put a dome up.
Because I can cast that as a ritual.
Yeah. It'll fit in like this front room here, or in this back room back
That'll
here.
do.
Yeah, like it'll.
To be honest with you, I haven't got a seventh level spell slot left anyway. So
yeah,
I got channeled into sticking Zaratan in an orb.
Yeah.
Where the orb of Zaratan come to now?
I would assume it's probably back with my dad.
Yeah, maybe.
But we're going to find that out when we get out of here after we've rested.
Yeah. While we're resting, I will walk to Krankus and Ember, and like thinking, and I will start first recycling the prayer that I did to Thundra and the memory, not the memory, the about the spire and searching for the champion, and we need. She gave me the word fixing the spire. So if it's broke, oh, we need to be reactivated again. It's one of these two things. I'm not sure what is it. Does I understand when she said fix it? Does she mean fix it as it was broke, or it was
That's what she
activated
said.
again?
That's what she said.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna then in my mind because like we'll point two things that fixing it is to activate it or to fix if it was broke somehow, and we'll sit there looking at them and tell them, don't think I don't think Juragal will be back again, ever, if I'm not mistaken.
Does that mean you're not Joragal? Or do you mean the other Joragal?
The edgy one. The edgy one.
Right.
You remember, we know about his copy and stuff, but when he died, something happened. I believe Thandra did not. This time he'd been allowed to return, and you know, we forgot he's not a normal. Like he already dead, and this is a copy of a copy of a copy. And I think it's not just a one copy or three or four. I think there are a dozen of a copy. He died multiple times. That's weird. Yeah. See, when this time died, I took everything. Oh, I merged what he is. His soul, and my wherever what I call part of all his soul and mine. I'm not sure of that. Still, it's confusing. Merged together.
Are we gonna run into more and more of you?
No, no,
That's it. You said.
that's it. He no longer
That's
will
it.
be. Yeah. If you wasn't with us, Krankers, before, I killed my edgy brother before. I cut his head off, thanks to Leon, and he come back again as a copy.
You too with your family issues is killing me.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah.
complicated. Like I point to Ember, I'm not complicated. Like I point to
Yeah.
Ember.
Ember will explain to you, Krankus, that the Dark Mage has the ability to make clones. Basically, he takes part of the flesh and grows a new one, and whenever the one dies, his soul goes into that. And apparently, what Jorah is telling you is that that's not going to happen anymore because the soul went into him, not anywhere else. So that's it. He's done.
And
Right. Is that your soul or the soul, or how are we supposed to think about this?
okay, I'm not sure. Do you remember when we regain all the memory? You remember that when we regain, we figured out that we met in a ship, and
Yes.
somebody decided to put two orb together.
Yes.
Everybody say thank you, Dan.
Somebody decided to
To
put
be-
the. Yeah, I wasn't as me as Orient. I was Jorgal. I wasn't real. I'm not sure, but I
But
wasn't.
now you're a real boy.
It's not about real or anything. It's still strange because wherever magic happened that day, it created new things on me. It gave me something very new, so new. It different. Even
Okay.
I'm not sure even father know about that. And I think you might like it because I don't know if that's right the word, but the edgy Jorgal, he
Mhm.
was a prince, and he decided to leave everything alone, and I think we need to work with that. And
You want to go back?
yeah, but not now, not now. But after we seal the second one, after we seal him, we need to talk
Right.
to Nadara. Not sorry, Nadara. What is your cousin name?
Casme.
Oh,
Casman.
Casme.
Casman. Yeah. We need to immediately talk to Casmi because I don't think a good idea she go there by herself. Do you remember the Dark Witch?
Yes.
She see him have some connection also with my edgy brother. Oh, my edgy self now, like my the other self.
Right.
So she's dangerous. She's really,
Yes,
really
she is.
dangerous. No. She is dangerous. That's what I can say.
Yes, but she doesn't know that you're not you.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. She actually
No,
had
but
she had cast.
you.
Do you know the spell Grease?
Gius.
Yes, I'm
She
aware of it.
Yeah, she casted on my edgy brother to force him to work as an agent with a dark mage. The same time, he double agent her with the work of the dark mage. Do you got what I mean?
All right. So being sneaky is in the bloodline, obviously.
Yeah. You can't say that.
Okay.
So both of them feeding information, but I believe he was feeding her not the
False
fully
information.
correct information. Oh, not the fully
Right.
information.
So he was giving her the information, but he was leaving out juicy tidbits of information which would have been useful had he given it to them, sort of thing.
Maybe, yeah. And of course,
Okay.
giving the dark
I
mage the fully right information.
okay. Well, I do have another question. So this soul is now inside you. Does that mean that you are now still under the same geas to serve the Dark Mage, or do you have your own free will?
No, I don't have any obligation to do anything. And as I said
Good.
before,
Oh, no. This is good.
but I just remind you, whatever was inside me, because that explosion magic is something different. It's like it creates a soul for the simulacrum I was.
Yeah.
So I was. It's something new, different. So it's totally. I have a memory, but it's different from the Jorgal that Edgeon. But at the same time, I am him because I had part of him. So we have that connection. We still have this
Right.
similar to connection. So when he died, I might absorb his soul or merge with it.
Right.
So I'm not
Okay. So
sure.
but you have his memories from before you were
Yes,
created,
yes,
and you also have his memories from the time that you've been living parallel lives.
yes.
No, he has his memories from
Right.
the day Jorah was born.
Born. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
and
But that's what I'm saying. So he's not only got the memories of prior to the cloning, he's
but
also got the
but
messages from
uh,
that cloning onwards.
but it have a problem, by the way, Ember, because my edgy brother doesn't care about his own
Yeah,
life. As I said,
of
he
course not.
died not one or three or four. He died dozens of times. So the memory is shambles. It's like each death have only part of memory I can get it.
Right. So his memory's basically scrambled eggs because he's died so many times.
Yeah, and he was. I don't know that person. How did he live? Like he freaking doesn't care anymore. Like he give up on a lot of things just to do. And I don't. I'm not sure. He is.
Okay. Well, look.
He lived.
Okay. So
To make it to simplify it for you, he lived
Um,
to serve the Dark Mage and to kill and to torture. Like
yeah.
yeah, think like a black ops serial killer. Basically,
Yeah.
is what he was.
Don't want to leave that part out because it is still like messing up because having a memory of person who died multiple times doesn't care about anything, only to serve to kill.
Yeah.
That is really heavy. Still, like it needed time to pour it out. That what
okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's fair enough. That's
yeah
fair enough.
yeah and yeah, I believe
But look, no, I mean the only two really important things. Well, three. First of all, you're operating under your own free will.
yeah.
So there's no magical compulsions or obligations upon you. Okay, that's the first most important thing. The second thing is that basically you are now, for all intents and purposes, and for the rest of until you expire, this dude. Regardless of how you started, you are now that person because you have his soul inside you. You have the body. You have you have the memories. You have everything. But because you have free will, you don't have to be that person. You can be somebody else. You have choice.
Uh,
And the third thing is you're a prince, so now you qualify high enough to actually date my cousin. So
I thought you're gonna like this idea. I'm like Joey got like facepalm, like yeah, I know that. It will interest you more than everything.
hey,
Yeah,
don't listen. Look, whatever you do in your private life, I'm cool. But listen, I'm gonna always be very protective of well, my cousins at least. And if you wish to court her, you now have my official permission.
let's take it easy about your cousin. It's not something. I believe it's obvious. I'm not gonna hide that fact because you see him enjoying it. Uh, but
Hey,
at the moment,
I'm not. Listen,
the,
I'm very pleased that you have found somebody that you wish to care about,
but
and I and she is a delightful being, and I just want to make sure that your intentions are honourable. Because if they're not, I will hunt you down and flay you alive.
I'm sure you can do that, but okay, that's quite scary. Need to be careful about this one. Uh, but
So long as your intentions are honourable, I will never have any problem.
okay, thank you for that trust. One of the thing I need to do also, uh, after sealing the second one of your uncles, we need to.
Hmm.
I
Oh
believe
no, the
we.
next time we're going after Mom.
Oh, we're gonna seal your mother. It's weird to me to
Oh
say
yes.
that. We need to
No, no,
go.
no. It fills me with a certain amount of joy and happiness when you think of that.
Yeah, that's why it's weird. We my the kingdom that just to point out, I believe it is a century. A century. When I say the century, Edgy Jorogal lived there for a century, dying and living, dying and living. I think it's more than
Mm.
400 years,
Yeah,
and I
450.
Wow.
I believe the kingdom he was in it destroyed.
Yeah, it gets a little
It's
blurry
possible.
Gonna
after
It's
like
check
possible.
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jorah,
For
the
Manam,
fact the
it's a
fact
little
that you
it's
don't have a kingdom, the fact that
yeah,
you don't have a
yeah.
kingdom to be a prince of is not the problem. That's fine. You at least have the bloodline that's worthwhile.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. So
I'm
Jorah,
looking at
yeah, it's approximately 450 years because, like he
yeah.
said, uh, you know, think of the whole Groundhog Day. If you die that many times, it kind of scrambles your brain. Depending on. So there
100%.
are
Um,
there are probably whole centuries and lifetimes that he led that just aren't in there at the moment.
and yeah, I'm looking, and I believe after all this done, I think one of my two goals, my main two goals, look back to the altar, Thandra, building the destroying kingdom for some reason, for some there's sensation inside me that hate it, but it's not my. I don't. Yeah, it's not mine. It's not mine. At the same time, I want to return it back. It's conflict now.
Okay.
So,
Well, look,
if
I'm quite happy to support you doing whatever the hell you want to do once we've solved the problems that we've got.
Yeah.
If you
um,
want to go and try and restore your kingdom, no problem. And if you want some help, I'll fit you into my busy social schedule, no problem.
I view 100% about that. But after sealing your mother, we
Oh no,
have
no,
to.
trust me, Jory, you're going to need my help.
Uh,
I'm
did
gonna
you?
take your help. I'm not
Uh,
saying no. Uh,
the other thing is, did you? You remember you tell them about the meeting between.
yeah, that's like I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
working on
getting
it.
to that bit.
Yeah, I'm getting that, but still, I'm trying to give like pointer before I get into that. Uh, as I said,
He's
after
burying the lead again.
yeah, I'm not burying. I'm like delaying a little bit, but I'm gonna give that. After dealing with your mother, we have to go and deal with the Dark Witch and save the other cousin you have. And about just to be sure, DM,
Yeah.
if you're talking about the meeting between Dark and Dark Mage and Agatha, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I will look to Amber and Scratch, and I know, like, I don't like Agatha, but for no reason, just that to be an asshole. And look to her and said, that Agatha and Dark Mage, they know each other, by the way. Like, I'm not sure it's some kind of things between them, but each one of them they want something from the other, but they know each other. Like they really good know each other. And if Agatha know the
Wink,
Dark
wink,
Mage
nudge,
is,
nudge.
yeah, like I'm like, hey, we all adults, we understand what you mean.
Yeah.
What I mean.
Right.
Um,
Oh, that puts an entirely different perspective and oh. Oh, you're saying that Agatha and the Dark Mage are cooperating,
uh,
working together?
yes, I believe that. So it's not just cooperating. It seemed to me they talk as a thing between them. They like each other.
Yeah, yeah, no,
They, mm,
yeah.
but the same time, if you're understanding, they are both sneaky. They're both dodgy. They're
Oh, they're
both,
both devious little shits, both of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
I,
So this,
I don't trust either of them as far as I could throw them.
I don't trust either of them. But the same thing they want to try to do. They're doing something. They want to do something good. The same time, it's because it's selfish for them. Like the thing
I'm
they're doing, that
My concern isn't isn't trapping it isn't just trapping my family into the orbs. It's where those orbs then reside afterwards. Because I don't want any of those orbs in either Agatha or the Dark Mage's hands. They're
in
simply too powerful to be allowed to be used by people who can be corrupted.
just to tell you, if my memory, and by the way, DM, correct me if I'm,
Yeah.
uh, uh, just to understand, in the centuries, the Dark Mage been doing, it was every time these orb pop out, he bring it and hide it again and again and
Or no,
again.
that's
But
Agatha.
this,
Yes,
That's Agatha.
sorry,
No, that's Agatha.
that
okay,
That's Agatha.
yeah, okay, Agatha doing that, yeah.
I am now concerned that they have decided that just hiding it isn't good enough anymore.
Well, no. So
Mm,
um, what he knows and can tell you is that Agatha and the Guardians were there, and basically
Mm.
their job is they hide these things, and inevitably one of them gets found, right? Because there's way too many
Yeah.
people around, right, digging in
yeah,
stuff. So they track it down and then hide it again. The Dark Mage, since he's got all of Jorah's memories, the Dark Mage is trying to use them to bring down his dad,
that,
right? Because that's the kind of power he needs to bring down Dad, who you know is the king.
Yeah.
yeah.
So they're both looking for the orbs and using each other, but they both have different outcomes that they want. So machinations upon machinations. But they're
So
but they're also more than friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like that relationship, like when you've been alive for a couple of hundred, 300 years, 400 years, 600 years. Like there's only so many people that get it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
yep. So
Well,
yeah,
do you want to take a quick 2 minute break then?
Yeah. Let's take a quick. We'll take a little quick 5 minute, and we'll be right
5 minute.
back.
yeah.
Alrighty, no problem. See you shortly. Just watching the England versus New Zealand Test cricket highlights.
And we're back.
Oh no, I can't see the other two.
Well, that's a
I'm
you
gonna,
problem.
I'm gonna, yeah, it is. Yes, it is a me problem. So
Fix it.
Yep.
I'm gonna do. No, I can see both of them. Excellent.
Yay.
Yay. All right, so you guys finish your little chit chat.
Did I? Yeah, I told him everything.
Are you attuning to some new items?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I don't know about shyness or anything in front of Ember. No longer that. I will remove all the armor that I'm wearing, and I will wear the new armor, the suit of Golden Shadow, because I think it's freaking cool, and
Yeah.
it make no
It is.
difference actually. Yeah, so I'm gonna wear that and attune to this armor.
Okay.
The
And
ability
look,
to go invisible
I'm
after
gonna,
you struck something is awesome.
yeah, I'm looking to Krankus.
Yes.
Swing is different.
No. That didn't work out for you last time.
Sure.
No, yeah, yeah,
Sure. All right.
yes.
Yeah, I'm going to detune from the Cloak of Lordliness,
Yeah.
and I'm going to attune to the Grimoire.
All right. So okay, so you are not wearing the Demon Eye amulet anymore, correct?
Me, yeah. Let me remove that one.
Okay, I just did.
Okay, and do I? Or the? I'm worried about the shield. The shield is good, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's better than the one you have, to be fair.
yeah, it still have a scary name. But I'll take the shield. So I'm gonna remove Agatha's shield,
Okay.
Agathis, and I'm gonna wear the shield of.
Oh, why did I have that? That's not right.
Right.
All right. And then you're keeping the helm of the Sentinel?
No, I'm sadly I
Yeah.
have to
No, because it doesn't
unattune it.
require attunement.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
The slippers of spider climbing do not require attunement. So you have the shield, and the amulet does require attunement. So that should be 3 things that you have attuned, right?
What? Shadow Blade? Oh, Shadow Blade. Yeah, the spell.
Yeah.
Why the?
Yeah, because you have the suit does not require attunement. The shield, the helmet doesn't. The shield does, and the amulet
Yeah.
does. And so does Grace.
Yeah. Wait. Does the amulet should be attunement?
Yeah, the amulet has attunement.
Oh, okay. I need to sacrifice something.
No, you're fine. It's all good.
Oh, really? What about Grace?
Grace requires attunement.
So I have.
Grace, the amulet, and the shield are the only things that require attunement.
Oh, okay. What about the suit of Golden Shadow?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. It's just really, really powerful. A lot of suits of armor and stuff.
A lot of weapon and a lot of armor and shields and that sort of thing don't require attunement.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some of them do.
Some of them do.
Ember.
Yes, my
Sai. If you wish to attune to that, you must spend 80 hours nonstop. Like if you wish to start reading that, you can't do anything else for the next 3.5 days.
Yeah.
Okay, well, in which case I won't start reading it just yet.
that's why that's why I was
but-
like, it has a hefty cost, but it's worth that cost.
100%. I just sent you
Yeah.
a couple of DMs which you may or may not have had the chance to read yet.
Yes, I've read them. We will get to that when we do the thing.
Okay, that's fair enough. In which case I'm still going to detune from the Cloak of Lordliness because A, it's nice, but I'm going to attune to this, and I might as well get used to not having it.
Right.
And B, as soon as we get the chance, like we'll take a rest here, and then we are bamfing the fuck out of here.
Um,
And I think you've
I
got a
need-
teleportation circle that we can bamf from.
Yeah, we need to know if there's a door to exit. I believe when we entered there was a door closed.
Well, no, as when I mean, I would have pointed it out at the time, but there was a large rock slide which opened up an entrance. We can walk out of here.
Yeah, I could see. I want to see where's exactly this place, and we need to plan about talking. We know, I believe, some of the champion, one at least of champion, and the other one decide to go traveling with time, and
Yeah, we need to go and find this beverage dude.
yeah, and we need to find the other champion if we could find them.
Well, we know where one of them is.
Yeah,
He's on the atoll. Okay.
yeah.
The other name that was on there that I don't recognize
Yeah.
is Delvia. What's his name? Delta. Anyway, his name is on the amulet. It's on the. You're wearing it. We need to find him.
We have Tarvik Pol. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I literally have.
Terrific bloom. That's Claxon.
That is Klaxon.
Oh,
yes.
okay, that's Klaxon.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Klaxon.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah.
Klaxon. Yep.
I want Krankus to give me a intelligence check, please.
Oh, what could go wrong?
Nothing.
Oh, that's
Hey,
enough.
pretty good for cranking.
That's pretty good for Krankus. Krankus, while you're busy like fixing the wings and getting those settled and the cloak on and stuff, a thought occurs to you, like little bright, like bing, light bulb.
Okay.
Claxon's name is on there.
Right.
If it wasn't on there,
She'd be
she'd be dead.
dead. Right. Yep. That's
So as far as you know, like Krankus is like, hey, read those names again, and you read all the names, and it's like, all those people are alive,
yeah.
which would assume that Leon and Claxon are still alive.
Right. No, I assume that. Yeah, I get you. I made that comment too about with Leon's gonna want the sword because he's still out there, and that's
Yeah.
just for the confirmation. Krankus does not believe anybody's dead yet.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to that for Claxon, because you haven't heard from her. She disappeared in a big ball of light. Like, there's a lot that could have gone wrong there. But
Right.
100%.
yeah, this is to say, this is like confirmation, like, you don't have to carry the weight of her death.
Right.
She may still need your help wherever she's at, but she's not dead yet.
Yeah.
And she is kind of hard to kill, so hey, you did see her get kicked off a cliff, right?
Yep.
So you all can take your long rest as needed, because
Very much
Manam
so.
has 1 fucking hit point.
Yeah. Quick question for you: do my max HP go back up again? The full.
Yes, with a long rest. Yes, they do. So everybody's max HP goes back up.
So.
Holy shit! I'm just looking at those. Krankus takes a long rest and recovers 154 hit points. Jorah takes a long rest and recovers 189 hit points.
I was
I
in one
can't
hit
change-
point. How few hit points?
I can't seem to change my maximum hit points back. Could you do that for me, please?
Sure. What are they?
111. Thank you. And obviously not
There.
a long rest.
There
Thank
you
you very
go.
much.
You awaken feeling quite rested, quite well, in unusually cheerful. Like, you feel like this was a really good night's rest. Like, no, it wasn't in your paradise, but you're like, wow, this is a really good night. Like, you can kind of feel, especially you, Jorah, you can feel the more of the over time, the evil is kind of like seeping out of the walls, and relieving the temple is relieving itself of the evil that has consumed it for so many centuries.
Yeah. I'm feeling a lot better.
You guys look, you can, you walk out and you find yourself in what appears to be a graveyard of sorts, which kind of makes sense. Like, her temple would be behind a graveyard. Give me Krankus. Give me a survival check with advantage. $15 is good enough.
You get a D4 on that if you want it. There you go, 4. So 19. Yay.
Yes. You guys are. Where? Oh, there it is. You guys are right here.
Okay.
I don't. Oh, here. Near the Elmer Spire.
Yeah, like Krankus' ability to know where he's at mostly, and like looking at the stars, and he's like, "Hey, we're like right here." It is a bit of a walk or a teleport or whatever, or you can go back in and see what the where the teleportation circle will take you.
Oh, look, Timber.
Where is the where? Could you just ping again where we are on the
Here.
map?
Yeah.
Right.
On here,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Down at the bottom of the Spine Rock Mount.
Emperor, do you want to see what the teleportation? I'm very curious about the teleportation circle.
It's an ancient one, like it's old school.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Well, I will. I don't have teleportation circle, but I have teleport. I assume I can.
Oh, I thought you still had circle.
Nope. I traded it out because once I got teleport, there was no point. There's no point in having teleportation circle and teleport. So, at least not for a caster who's got a limited number of spells. No.
Give me 1 second. I want to look at something. real quick.
I'm really interested to. I mean, normally the way that teleportations work, Jorah, is that they're a focused local area where people can teleport safely to. They don't necessarily always lead to a specific other location. They're more of a safe place to teleport to that will be, where it is. You've got access to the information. It's a safe location. What will be really good is to find out if we can find out what the coordinates or the Stargate number is for this particular teleportation circle, so that we can come back to it again.
I believe you can come now
Oh,
that
yes.
you know where
So
are we.
familiarity is a permanent circle. Means a teleportation circle with a sequence that you know.
Perfect. Okay, well that's
So
we now know how
I'm going to say that you can read the circle, and attempt to teleport from that circle. Well, you now have the location of this circle. But this circle is written in a very specific way, as it leads to a specific destination. Like it is 2 points connected.
right.
Like you can't teleport. You can't cast. Like if you knew circle, you can't circle into here, and you can't teleport into here with teleport because you know this address. It's this circle leads to a different circle, and they're solely connected because this is older magic where you had to connect the two circles together.
Okay, so let me ask. Can I ask? I was going to say, let me ask the next question, which is, if I've got the activation of this circle, can I use teleport to teleport where the next circle is?
Yes. And what was that, Manan?
Yeah, it's similar to the question. Can she activate that teleportation circle to get us the second location?
Yes.
That was my question, yeah.
Yeah. You don't know where it's going to be, but yes. So both of your arcanas are high enough to understand that, several, 1,000 years ago, teleportation circles weren't quite as refined. It was, here's a circle. We have to cast it in the same spot every day for a year. And then you go to another spot and cast it, and you tied these two circles together. Like a chain, like a kind of like a subway stations. You could teleport from this one to this one, this one to this one, this one to this one, as long as they were connected.
Well, I have enough spell slots to be able to teleport a couple of times. So we can teleport to this place, we can find out where it is, and then we can teleport back, because basically I need to go and see my father.
Yeah,
pretty much immediately.
Yeah, we need to do that, but I hoped we know.
No, but I'm happy to give this a shot for us to find out where this goes. I'm just saying I don't think we're going to have a lot of time to explore and have a look around.
Okay.
All right, so you're casting teleport?
But the thing is, because once I've got familiarity with the next place, I can always go back to that.
So is that what you guys are doing?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Crank is like, I'm following them. All right, so you cast teleport.
See that I gotta walk, I don't care.
And you find yourself in a destroyed antechamber. Two of the walls are completely gone. They're just rubble. You're standing on a magic circle that glows, like it's glowing when you reach it. And it looks like you're in some sort of castle or keep of some sort.
Do I recognize your geography?
Yeah.
No, because you're inside. Like the wall is broken down, but it's a wall. It's an inner wall. Like this room was.
Fair enough.
It's like a teleportation antechamber. think of a more elaborate one, like the Nightcrest Keep, where you teleport in and there's guards standing around, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This one doesn't look quite as like it's not multi-leveled. It doesn't look like there's guards and stuff. Krankus immediately smells dead bodies. You can smell.
I thought we go away from it.
You can smell. Well, no, these are like couple of weeks old. You can smell you can smell some rats, some carrion birds. This is much more recent than hundreds of years ago. And you can see into the other room. It looks like an entry hall, big wide hall, probably 20 feet across. Pillars are knocked over.
Holding, I'll immediately go in Orient Jorgal mod and like walk stealthily and see what I can do.
Okay, as you guys as you exit, are you guys going with him? Are you guys exiting this room?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I'm fine. Yes.
All right, so Jorah, give me a perception check. Krankus, give me a perception check. You have advantage because it's sight scent or sight scent or
32 will do it.
You have advantage, Krankus, on all those.
I know.
Wow. The dice do not like you. The only thing you've managed to roll high on was hitting Jorah.
Why? We know why.
Jorah, with that roll, you see footprints in blood splatters and in the dust. It was kind of hard for you to, even as high as you rolled, it's kind of hard for you to notice until you kind of climb up on this turned over table. Like you start to, like you climb up on the table and you look down. These are giant footprints. That's why it was kind of so hard to make out from where you were. There was a giant here, giant size, family size giants. Not like giant, but giant.
Yeah, like
Ember 20 foot
family.
tall. Yeah, Ember's family size. Yeah.
I've looked to Ember and tell her, I think they're a part of your family was here.
And Ember, give me a history check. You notice hanging barely in shreds on one of the walls is heraldry, and you recognize this. You're in Sentinel's Keep.
Okay.
You know for a fact that your family marched their ass from outside of Sentinel's Keep during the first fight, and when they came back, it's probably likely they just went right through it and ended up back up here where they live.
So the temple have connection with the Sentinel Keep. Nice. You write that.
Is there any nation, any dead body, any of the dead bodies around? What caused their deaths? Is it normal sized weapons? Is it giant sized weapons?
Oh yeah, once you guys leave this hallway, the ruins of Sentinel Keep absolutely look like there's giant rocks just laying on top of like three guys. There's what's left of three guys because it's been a couple weeks. Yeah, it looked like once you get outside of the, you guys make your way to the outer edge of the keep, Krankus's survival skill is more than adequate to tell you that they didn't lay siege to the keep. It was just in their way, and the keep was fighting against them. If you want to spend time, you might look for survivors. You know that the keep has several basement levels. The keep is What's left of one of the towers is about 4 stories tall. You could examine this, or you could head over to your you could go see your father. Like, there's not much you can do for these guys right now. It's over, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's been over for 2 weeks, so
Yeah.
Yes, we're going off to see Dad.
Is there a way to contact Kazmi?
Not without directly traveling to see her. Well, I could do that tomorrow.
Yeah, because I want to tell her that we have a plan going to hopefully talk. Only
Sure.
when Jorga say word talk, he's saying was like really worry.
Quote unquote talk to the Dark Witch.
The Dark Witch, and see what we can find about it. Hopefully talk. But yeah, if there a way to contact Kazmi, so she doesn't rush by herself, there are a lot of things we need to be done.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, what I was planning on doing, if we have the time, is Banff to go and see my father, have just discuss things with him, stay overnight at the castle at the Giant's Keep, go back to my grove, or sorry, go back to see Casmi. Then I'm going back to my grove, and I'm going to need about 3.5 days.
What about your mother?
Well, you don't
After
even know.
I've had the 3.5
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, you
Then
don't
I'm
know
gonna
where
go do-
her orb is or where she's at the moment. Not really.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have a fairly decent idea, but you're not sure. While they're having this discussion, Crankus, you kind of hear the like you can almost make out what the birds are saying. Right? Like you have a deeper understanding of like the crows are landing. You can hear them talking. You can hear them talking, and it like there's a nagging in the back of your head. Like if you focus a little bit more, or something different, you could really tell. You can tell that mostly it you can kind of get their emotions, that like they're happy. There's plenty of food, right? And there's nobody out here shooting at them, right? A couple of the rats scurry by, and you can tell that they're just kind of trying to keep out of the way of the birds that are flying around in the other, larger, carrion feeders.
Yeah.
And there's a tug for you to wander towards the front of the keep. Do you go over there? Oh. All right, hold on a second. Give me 1 second, everyone. It looks like Discord's giving us a problem. It's like, what's going on? All right, we're back. All right, did you hear me, Tom?
Yeah.
You feel a pull like you want to go toward out front.
I was heading that way, and I think Ember and Jorah were trying to hustle and keep up with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you get to the front, you see a small, probably about a quarter of a mile away from the front of the keep. There's a small, like So the keep sits like inside a small bowl of hills. They're not really tall, right? Probably a couple hundred yards apiece. The tower definitely sticks up, but it kind of funnels through where the road goes, and you can see there's something is like you want to go over there to like the front of this little bowl.
Okay.
That's where I go.
As you get over,
Uh,
as you get over there,
okay, there.
What?
as you get closer,
You okay?
yeah.
There's something over here. That's all.
Okay.
As you get over there, you find the site of a large battlefield right outside of that opening.
Okay.
There's giant bodies. There's humans and orcs and there's lots of like normal races, elves and dwarves and some gnomes. And there's some, looks like some goblins out here. And as you start to look around, everybody give me a perception check.
Perception check.
All right, there we go. You guys,
just to point out.
yeah.
Okay, it worked with the reliable talent. Go ahead.
You notice that there's a slight indentation off to one side. And as you make your way over there, you can see that this is not just a battlefield from today. You can see from where the giants have come through here, and the fight was going on and things were dug up as the swords were being dragged through the dirt. There's a battlefield underneath this. And you know that this is where the Dark Mage and the Battle of Sentinels Keep took place about 420 years ago, give or take, when Ember's family was eliminated and basically erased.
Their place. Put in their place.
Yeah. But inside this small depression, you see a large giant spear. One of the giant spears is sticking up out of this, and it's covered in blood and has a small, looks like a feather or something hanging off of it.
Hey?
And it's embedded into the ground probably about 3 feet. It's sticking up.
Be a dearie and go get that for me, Jordan, will you?
Okay.
As you start moving towards it, Krakus moves faster than you to go over
I'll pull
to
it out.
As you grab it and start to pull on it, regardless of how hard you pull, it will not come out of the ground. And the harder you pull, the more you start to get the feeling that you should just leave it alone.
All right.
And this feeling comes across you that you're now standing on a sacred site, like a sacred battle.
Okay.
I think we should move off of this spot. Leave this be.
You say so.
Okay.
Jory, you get the same kind of feeling, but it's really strong. As soon as you step into that depression, it's probably about 30 yards in any direction, and you step down in it. It's only about 6 feet deep, and you step down in it, and you're like, okay, I'll go get it, and he rushes ahead and kind of grabs it, and you step down inside it. You can feel that same feeling you felt like you were standing when you were standing in Thondra's temple. The same kind of feeling you get when you're like near the tree in the grove. And Krakus is pulling on this, and he's like, "We should probably leave." And you're like, "Oh, yeah." So that's the feeling you get.
before their dead body everywhere, right?
except in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna not touch anything, but as now forcibly to champion of life or death, I will offer prayer of that place to Thandra. Go.
Are you stated in the depression?
Uh, yeah, I think
Okay. So as
it's
you
feeling
start to
hell.
offer a prayer to Thandra, um, have you ever been put on hold, like during a
What do you
phone
mean?
call?
Like a phone hold?
Yeah, like phone call. Like you start your prayer
Yeah,
and you can feel the like you did at the temple. You can feel like this wave of calm and collected energy come over you as you start your prayer to Thandra, and then it kind of
yeah,
stops for a second, and then you feel this pumping in your heart, like like right before, like that tension you get right before a fight, like when your muscles kind of
yeah,
tense up and you get a little adrenaline rush. And as
yeah.
he's doing this, Krankus, you're turning to walk away, and you see him kneel and start to do this. You can feel that unbridled rage that you have start to swell up, and you just get that. Ember, you see Jorah kneeling, praying. You assume it's over the dead bodies. And you see Krankus as he's slowly walking, he slows down. Like he's walking normally, then he starts to slow down. He's doing that slow step that he does like when he's getting ready to just maul the shit out of somebody.
I don't see that. I'm still praying, so I
Yeah,
don't see that.
you feel, Jorah, you feel the intense wave of emotion come over you, like you do when the fight's going your way and then it shifts, then the battle shifts again. That the
Yeah,
tactician in you can feel it moving back and forth inside your blood, and you're just like, oh, yeah, yeah. And you hear a small, faint voice. Continue. Krankus, you hear as your blood is just that thumping of your heart, like in your ears, you also hear, search for more, find more. Battles should be won. But it's not like loud, like when you get, like when the
yeah.
animal lords were talking to you, it was like, oh, hey, hi guys. And you're having a conversation like you're standing. It sounds like it's coming from way far away.
It's not even like a whisper. It's a sound, as you said, from far away, right?
Yeah, it's like it's not even a whisper. It's like a sound from way far away, and it kind of like with your, like you can hear like your heart beats, like the blood coursing through your veins, kind of makes this sound of continue.
You do that typical thing of like put your head down to listen and kind of look up and scan the battlefield again, trying to figure out like where exactly where I should need to look.
Krankus, as you look across the battlefield, you see the corpses laying here, and then you see, as if time is kind of rewinding a little bit, as you see them kind of get up, and you see this fight in reverse. Whereas you see them get up, you see the spear come out of one guy's chest and go towards the giant. You see crossbow bolts come out of a giant's chest. The giant stands up. The crossbow bolts come out of its chest to the three archers on the hill. You see the catapult ball comes through a couple of giants and a couple of guys and goes up and towards the castle. And you watch this, and then it stops, fast forwards again. And this is all like real quick, like every beat of your heart, it's like boom, boom. And it kind of backs up a little, boom, boom, it backs up a little bit. And for about a round, it does that, and then the next round it goes right back. Jorah, your prayer stops. Like you're trying to pray to Thondra, and all you're getting is this fight. Like you can feel the fight around you.
I stop, look, and
As you look, as you start to open your eyes, you can see this spear kind of looks like it might have been glowing, and then kind of fades a little bit. Crank, as you're looking around the battlefield, and out of the corner of your eye, you see the spear, and you turn to it, and it's glowing in this reddish haze, kind of like that blood haze you get.
look, I believe we better leave this place to it. For some reason, I like it, and no, I'm not liking it. I don't know. I'm confused.
Ember, you saw them, like you could see Jorah. He looks like he's praying, but you can see him like. Krankus is definitely raging. Krankus, please burn off one of your rages. You are definitely raging. Like Krankus is like you're like when he gets mad, his the whole hulking thing with his the veins start to bulge in his arms and stuff. But he's not going anywhere. Like normally when you see him do that, like he charges off and he's like stomping like he's getting ready to, but he's just like something's holding him in that depression, and he's just. His wings flare out. You can see that snarl. You can see kind of like the heavy, because it's still early in the morning here, and you're near the coast. That kind of steam kind of coming out of his jaw and his nostrils, where he's just like.
Okay, you okay? You all right over there, buddy? Crackers?
It's like the fight is replaying. You don't see it? You don't feel it?
No. Perhaps your connection, maybe your connection to the Lords of the Beasts have given you some kind of knowledge of this. I don't. This is just another place for me.
I will look to Ember. No. That's. I don't know. It's also want to fight.
Okay. Well, I think we should.
Ember, give me.
Yeah.
What would be quite appropriate? Well, give me a wisdom check with advantage.
Nice.
Oh.
I'll try and roll better than that, but I don't think I'm going to. No, I didn't. Two.
So you saw him go over and grab this spear, and then as he started to, like he's pulling on it, you see Jorah do the little kneeling thing and grab a hold of the emblem, the symbol of the old gods. And then you see this thing, and now you hear them talk. And then you take another look at this spear.
Mm-hmm.
And now it dawns on you.
Okay, it's what's a symbol? I've got
from the shield thing. Yeah, it's
Jorah. I point out on the actual amulet that you've got round your neck.
Yeah,
I'm
holding on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a spear, a blood-stained spear over a shield. This is Morrigan.
Yeah.
This is Morrigan's symbol. And it might be that the reason why you're feeling attracted here is that this place is sacred or somehow precious to Morrigan.
it's not just that. It's not about trying to reject me. It's
No, I'm
all.
not suggesting it is. I'm just saying that this place is sacred to Morrigan, so therefore her influence here is going to be at its strongest, and it might block out the influence of other gods.
I don't.
Sai, as you say that, you can hear Nadara. You can feel her impart, like as you're trying to grasp, like you're trying to puzzle this out, and you can feel, that slight nudge, and then you realize that, like druids, Morgan doesn't have temples. She is the opposite of Nadara. She is the opposite of Nadara, where Nadara is about life and bringing stuff, and the druids find peace in the groves. Hers is about death, war, conquest, like battle. All of her holy sites are sites of glorious battles. So there's no temple. You can't just walk in and go, "Hey, there's a temple to Morgan." It's, "Oh, look, here's yeah." It would be like
Here's a field where many battles have been fought over the centuries.
Yeah, and it has become
place.
Yeah. It would be like if on Earth, like she would have it would be a holy site at Gettysburg and Hastings and Thermopylae, all of those, history changing battles. And you know that this was the site. Yeah. And you know that this was the site of a history changing battle long ago, and it appears it's another history changing battle because they're back. Like like the Giants are back. So that's the kind of thing that would definitely set off enough. And you guys have not seen a lot of large scale battles except in Embry to notice anything about Morgan.
Yeah, no, that's no, fair enough. Well, look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna point this all out to my to my friends here, and say, look, blah blah blah, Morrigan Temple battlefield. That's why you're feeling what you're feeling. We got to go. We're on a timetable here, fellas.
Yeah. I believe that also. Let's go on.
I would love to spend lots of time investigating everything that's of interest, but we don't have the time at the moment. We need to get going.
Crankus, you come out of your rage, but you still have that like that nagging. I want to beat something with a stick feeling. Right.
Yeah, I as I turn back to Ember, I snap my tail and it misses Jorah, and you can't tell if it's on purpose or I just missed.
Oh God! I'm like, whoa! I know you want to swing at me so bad. I don't know why you have this kind of weird thing on you, like to hit me so bad. But
well, it's not you. It's just he wants to hit something, and he knows. He knows full well coming after me will result in him being flayed alive. So that's you. So
he'll just take a nice nap and wake up and regret his life choices.
You regret every life decision. You just led him up to that point. So, So look, just come with me, and I will take them away from the battlefield. And I will teleport to my father's keep.
Yeah. The further away you get from the spear, Jorah, you calm down once you're about 100 yards away from it. Crankus, as long as you're out here on a battlefield, you can feel like it's still that nagging, like. And as you guys walk towards the castle, you see Crankus occasionally just punch a rock, or some armor that's laying there. You see him just kind of step on it. He's just it's like he's got this definite need to
desire to cause mayhem.
By the way, I'm keeping not distant, just a distance. I'm walking between, I'm making Ember between me and him, just to point out. because that tail, like even with like remember Krankus is a hulking beast.
Yeah.
When he swing the tail, like avoiding it with agility or wherever, like it's like the swing of air, like when he avoid
Yeah.
juggle avoided.
He swings the tail, but because you put so much distance, it doesn't really connect with you. But it does land into a smaller tree and just smash right through it.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna get closer to that. I'm gonna stay with Ember.
And it was just where you were too. Like
Yeah.
if you hadn't taken a step, it would have.
Yeah,
critted on
Ember,
that
you
last
hear
tail
this
attack.
cracking, you turn behind you, you're like, oh, fuck it, I'm casting teleport now. We're not walking for any
Yeah.
further. We're not going any further. And Ember just casts teleport. You're like, okay, fine. If we don't get out of here, now, these two are going to go at it.
Mhm.
So you cast teleport.
Yeah.
You're teleporting back to your dad's house?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys arrive at the same place you've always arrived, on the little town square there.
Yeah.
There's armed guards now stationed at several key places, and you appear and you're like, "Huh. Oh, sorry, Your Highness, your father is inside."
No, not at all. Thank you very much. And I'll.
Yeah,
head
you guys
towards my dad.
make your way in, and the king is sitting there in the throne. His fiance, girlfriend slash girlfriend is sitting next to her in another chair, not quite a throne, but a nice chair.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Good.
And he's like, "Daughter, I see you have survived. I was beginning to get worried."
I have to say that we had a bit of a rough time, but fortunately, we all managed to survive it, and I hope that you've managed to get Zaratan's. You have Zaratan's orb now.
No, we thought it went with you, or was destroyed. Oh, look, the little one made it too. And he reaches down and pats Jorah, like as hard, as gently as he can with this ginormous hand. He's like, "You fight well for one so small. Stories will be sung of you by our scalds. Ah, and look, the one who took everything the beast could dish out and did not fall." Then he kind of slaps you on the side of the arm, Krankus, and it kind of like shifts you like 6 feet. Because you're not.
My feet are dug in. I create like a trench because he pushes me so far.
Yeah, like you dig your like Krankus is trying to take it like a man, and it doesn't knock him off his feet, but there is like claw marks in the stone now where he was. He's like, "Yes, you have excellent taste in companions."
I did tell you that I felt that they were trustworthy. They have proven themselves both to be extremely capable and deadly warriors in their own unique ways.
Oh yes, but no, the orb did not come with us, and you do not have it.
No.
Now there's something in my mind will click and look to Ember. The scroll I get it is from Agatha. So there are two things might be happen. One thing is that now Agatha have it, and the orb immediately sent to Agatha, or the orb disappears somewhere that no one know where to go. Is that a good
Hmm.
assumption, DM?
I don't know. Sounds good to
I'm
me.
asking.
That's what.
Yeah,
What? I'm not going to give you any extra information. That's what you think.
yeah, that's what I'm. God damn it! I couldn't make it slip. Okay.
If I guess the story plot, will you tell me I'm correct?
Yeah.
Look, I'm running around
Think.
here with plot armor. I want to use it. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm looking to Amber, telling her that my assumption is the scroll given by Agatha. So I believe that if I'm correct, Agatha, wherever that orb when being casted, because I remember when Amber was doing the ritual about that her uncle, the orb formed. The moment it complete, we disappeared. So we did not see it. What happened?
Well, there was a bright light as it finished
Yeah,
forming, and then you felt a burst of magical energy off of it, and then
yeah,
you appeared in the temple. So
yeah,
he said that it disappeared when you guys disappeared. So he just assumed you guys had it or you were all destroyed.
yeah.
They were going to give you a
Think.
week. He says, we were going to give you another 3 days, and then start your funeral pyres.
Oh,
I'm glad we don't have to do that. Instead, we celebrate. There's much rejoicing. I have found a new queen, and we will be married in a fortnight. And he puts her arms around her and kind of, pulls her to him and kisses her on the forehead.
I'm gonna love you
Oh.
and hug you and kiss you.
Check out the GIF in the channel.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I got that. That's what I was referring to.
I'm going to love her and pet her and kiss her and squeeze her and go to George. No, in which case, congratulations, Father. I'm pleased that you have decided to marry again. And may I say, despite the familiar relationship, this is a far better match.
What do you mean, marry? We were never married.
Well, fair enough.
okay.
But
Not gonna.
as your daughter, I think that you've made a wise and a fine choice. And
Speaking of,
I'll
yeah, speaking of that
I'll give her a
hellborn,
twelve.
speaking of that hellborn bitch,
Mm-hmm.
are you after her next?
Yes.
Well, good luck in finding her. I, however, cannot leave as per our agreement.
No, I do understand.
And whether or not the king himself will abide by it, I have enough honor to do so.
I didn't doubt that you would.
Uh,
You've always been a man of your word.
I believe I will turn to Amber. I believe we should. There's so much we want to stay and celebrate, and but
We do. Unfortunately, Father, this is a flying visit. I wanted to come back. I wanted to speak with you, make sure that everyone was okay and everyone was safe. We, barring being in the middle of chasing my mother, I will return for for the wedding celebrations.
Hopefully not a red wedding.
So, are you?
That was out of character.
And the only reason that I wouldn't be here is because it is impossible for me to do so. I will return.
We will keep all of your seats open.
Thank
So, are you
I
leaving
appreciate
now?
it.
Are you departing us again?
Unfortunately, I must. But I will return now. Now that I know that you're here, and now that I can visit far more frequently.
You see him look over
Given
to the shaman and says, "Bring it." the shaman comes over, and he pulls out a small stone disc, and he presents it to the king. And the king goes, "Step forward, daughter."
And I'll step forward. And I assume at this point that I've grown up to my giant size whilst I'm in
Yes,
his
yeah. I
presence.
assumed you did that while you were walking into the room. Like,
Yeah,
yes, I'm not going to be
yeah,
tiny. I'm not going to be tiny standing next to Dad.
No, oh no.
And he hands you. He takes your hand gently and places this small stone disc that has the rune, the family rune on it. He goes, "This should protect you from your mother, at least somewhat."
Thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Now, go pay her back for what she did.
I shall, for both you and I.
And uncharacteristically, he stands up, embraces you, and then kisses you on your forehead. And then as he pulls away, you shrink back down to size.
That's
Not
cool.
of your own volition, just
No, it's like no. I'll drop down and say, "Thank you for that. We'll return as soon as we can, and certainly, hopefully, in time for the nuptials."
And while leaving, I will look to the king and like give him respectful, like not a full bow but nod, and tell him, "Thank you for trusting me that day. I'm very king like yourself trusting someone stranger like me. I will take that honor to my grave."
it was
And
well
give him
earned.
another.
And if you had run, we would just have chased you down and killed you later.
No, to be fair, we're generally far too stupid to run.
Yeah, but I mean, George says that, and he's like, "Oh no, you earned your honor." But you kind of see where Ember kind of gets a little bit of it, where he's
Yeah.
like, "Yeah. No, you said you were going to fight with us, and if you'd have run when it happened, they would find you." Like that's
No. Jorgal meant when the king trusted Jorgal about the one of the most important artifact that
Yeah.
king when
Yeah.
he enters. So yeah, that Jorgal meant. So just a reminder
Yeah.
to the people who see us.
Okay, I've got one spell. I've got one teleport left. So I think that what we're going to do is I want to bamf to Casmi.
Well, you left Casmi at
But that means-
the Grove,
Yeah.
Okay, well, in which case we're bamfing back to the Grove then.
right? As you appear at the Grove, it's about midday. It's almost lunchtime. You guys have spent a lot of time like wandering around and doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah, all the formalities of talking to the king, like of course somebody said King so and so, did the whole litany and then said you're a litany, and then,
These always take. It always take times.
Yeah. Casmi runs over and immediately grabs Jorah and gives you a big kiss and says, "You came back. You said you were going to come back. I was getting worried."
I'm also getting worried. That's the reason, and I don't know what the color of blue man turning red. Don't know what the makes that.
Slightly purple.
Purple. You
Yeah,
go
slightly
purple.
purple.
He become a purple. This thing itself for Jorah is really new to him.
Yeah.
So it's still like he doesn't know how to respond to these
Yeah, well,
things.
Jorah's very guarded and Casmi is not.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then she turns and gives Ember a big hug. "Sister!"
I will return the hug, give her a big hug back, and say, I'm so pleased to see you're safe.
Oh.
We managed to get back. It's been a little bit of a trial. I'll tell you the whole story. But we wanted to get back to the Grove and meet up with you.
Oh, wait, Crankus! Oh, Crankus! She runs over and gives you. She goes, "Your fur is always so soft."
Okay.
All the fur on your chest and stuff. She grabs you. Your fur is always so soft. I'm glad to see you too. Yeah, she thinks you're just a big. Yeah, like everybody on the planet is terrified of you except her. Like she thinks you're just a big teddy bear. Because you're friends with her, you're friends with her cousin. So why wouldn't you be? Like you guys have done. Yeah. You guys have been so happy and so helpful, and always take her to the nicest places.
This is awkward, Crankus. He has no idea how to handle this. He'd rather be fighting Ember's father in a useless battle.
Then getting a hug and being called a teddy bear.
Yeah. Can't you just kill me instead?
No, this is far more fun. And I'll organize food for everybody from the Grove.
Oh yeah.
And
you have several.
And
you notice there's a couple of satyrs that have shown up.
Great.
Yeah. Always good for a party.
To be fair, they probably hung around for the last time.
Yeah.
I had a party there.
Yeah.
They just kind of stayed afterwards.
But, excuse me. But as they come up to approach you, Casmi didn't notice it because of her exuberance, but as the satyrs and one of the dryads come up to, you're giving the hugs to everybody, like everybody's all hugging and stuff. Every one of the fey creatures stops about 10 feet away from you and stares at you with a disapproving look. Yes. And then they kind of like take a couple steps back.
Oh, can I make an intelligence check for that?
No,
I
go
know
ahead.
why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know why. Please roll good.
We don't have
And
to
I
roll.
hope it's.
We don't have to roll.
I don't have to roll.
No,
Yeah.
you don't have to roll. You figure it out on your own. I'll let you have it.
I'll look back to Ember and tell her, let me try that, Ember, if you allow me. And I will point to that bag of holding. Can you give me that?
Yes, of course.
I will take the bag of holding and I'll start walking far from them.
They do move slightly closer. They do move slightly closer, but they're still unhappy. Like the normal good to see you, happy. Like even the satyrs are a little weary, and they pretty much are half shit faced anyway.
Yeah.
I understand why. I intend to get rid of it. That's why I've got it, so it can't hurt any of.
And one of the satyrs is like, "Well, you should give it to the fucking queen. She don't know what to do with it."
That's a very good idea. Then I will do that. But I basically didn't want it in anybody else's hands, so they could be used to harm us. So
that's a good idea, but we'll be over there.
I understand.
Right. Look, wherever that bag is, they are as far as they can get while still being in the grove, away from it. Like they are uncomfortable getting close to it.
I'm kind of gonna keep that bag because I don't like people come close to me. I think it's just the best thing to keep people away from me. So I'm gonna keep the bag for the moment.
Yeah, Jorzyah, if you just
actually, why don't you give the bag to Crankus? Because if you give the bag to Crankus, then Crankus doesn't have to get hugged all the time. And
oh no, let's Crankus get hugged. I love that scene.
Yeah, well, Casmi is kind of now that she kind of realizes she comes over to you and she's like, that's very uncomfortable. You need to get rid of that.
Look,
well, no, she's talking to Jorzyah. She's talking to Jorzyah. She's like, it's very uncomfortable being anywhere near it. I didn't even notice it because I was so happy to see you, and I want to be happy to see you, and I want to spend time with you. But that's making me kind of. Oh, it kind of makes my skin crawl.
Oh, believe me, Casmi,
Give it
not
to
push.
give it to Crankus. Give it to Crankus and let him go and wander off and be. Do his thing.
Oh, okay, I will hand it to
Crankus is going to take
Crankus.
the bag, put it right on his chest, and sleep.
That's cool.
Yeah, and looking at does still Casmi the like not wearing anything?
Of course. Why would she?
Uh,
She only wore clothes because Ember made her.
yeah, I'm like I don't want to make her wear something, but I'm thinking to give her something.
Mate, the only reason I wear clothes inside the grove is because you lot are around.
God damn it.
This is like Jorah's
Like,
flower
believe-
child nightmare.
Yeah, like believe me, I don't believe like Jorgal been with you for a freaking long time, and he still doesn't see you as like.
Even,
And
even,
No,
I don't know how to say it in a good way. I don't
no,
know.
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly. You find it impossible to look at her as a female. You just see her as a person.
Yeah.
No, not
She-
just a person. No, not just a person. No. He
Yeah.
like for Jorgal Ember is if anything happened, anyone touch a hair. Like remember when
Oh,
you get attacked
yeah.
by that assassin,
Like a
Jorgal
sister.
goes slit the
Yeah,
throat.
like a sister.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
There'll be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are family,
God,
so
I
he's just
don't
like
know.
your family. It doesn't come up. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
and
No,
Yeah.
I completely understand.
and
But
and
for
Casmi
Casmi-
is making him super uncomfortable.
Yeah, but Kazmi is he have some kind not some he have a lot of interest on her, and he's still like go hugging him.
Yeah.
He turns purple, and he doesn't know what to do. Like he does like okay, trying to
always like
avoid.
up and away, up and away.
Yeah, like okay.
Why?
But yeah, I think it's
why?
a
why?
noble moment
Those are some
for
beautiful
her.
leaves on the tree, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is that a dove? No, that's a crow. All right. Yeah.
I wanna like out of character. I wanna give her an armor so she wear it.
Wrap her in a cloak or something.
Yeah,
Um,
but I know she will not like it, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
force anything for her.
It's
But she's
itchy.
does she still wearing the thing I give it to her? What is
Yeah.
the name?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's still wearing it. Why would she take it off?
okay.
Crankus, you do notice now that you've been given the information. You do notice that very top of a spire, off by where you guys were at, where you found where you took the elven princess, where the Sphinx
Okay.
was.
To the top of the spire. All right.
Yeah. I will look to Amber and said, do you wish us to, as I said before, these spires, as I understanding of the wording you give it to me, need to be fixed. And
Yes.
to me, I believe ideas might be meant to be reactivated again because it's been abandoned for a long time. We could do that while we're here. We are in your grove at the moment, and we seem at the moment in fall, so we might grow the goddess Nadara more and more, connecting to this world if we're able to do that.
I agree. I need to spend some time in reading and meditation. I have I from the book that we acquired from the dead tree. That book
How
contains
long do you need to
some
be reading?
extremely about 3 days.
Is
Well,
that
now what
right?
I was going to do was basically sit in my grove, find a nice quiet spot somewhere. I would ask creatures in the grove to look after you and make sure that you're properly fed.
Believe me, me and Krankus, we live, so don't worry about.
Oh, I've got no doubt you two can look after yourselves. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. I just want to make sure that that everything will be fine because I need this time.
Mm,
Now, what I think might be worthwhile is if I transport you to either Embry or Castle Valinor, so that you can try and find out where my mother is, and I can come and join you in 3 days.
Well, the person who had
Or
most of the
you can.
maybe
information, the person who had the most information,
uh,
is in the Sunless Citadel. Remember, that's where
Okay.
Agatha
yeah,
was.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
If we can,
wherever it is you think would be worth going to, but I need to spend the time. So you can either wait here for me to do it and I'll come with you, or you can go and do it and then I'll catch up. But entirely your
I
decision.
We
I'm.
stay
But
together. We stay together.
okay. All right. In which case,
Krankus isn't
I need
leaving.
3 days.
If all of us aren't going, none of us are going.
All right.
Okay. Well, in which case in which case I need 3 days, gentlemen.
are you sure? I know this
Yes,
book's powerful and everything, but we are on
it's worth it.
time. Uh,
No, it's worth it.
Jorah doesn't want to spend 3 days with Casmi with nothing to do. He doesn't know how to deal with himself.
I'm sure she can find ways of occupying his time.
oh God!
As long as she doesn't hug
throw
me.
me, throw me from the bar.
Oh, I'm pushing both hands and the tail.
Yeah.
Oh God!
All right, so let's do this in order. We're gonna fast forward. Unfortunately, Ember, you can't spend the straight 24 hours reading the book because you do need
Oh,
at least 8 hours of downtime.
Oh.
Right?
I've got the Ring of Twilight.
You don't need to
I don't
sleep.
need to sleep.
Oh, well then, good for you. All right, here we go then.
That's why I was saying I just need the 3 days straight, but I can push through it because
Yeah. Well,
I
you do
don't
need to
need to
rest.
sleep.
Well, you don't need to rest. You don't
Yeah,
need to sleep.
but rest is if you look at long rest,
Yeah.
you can it like reading or
Yeah. Well,
light.
that's short rest.
stuff.
Long rest, you do
Yeah.
have to sleep if you have to sleep. But since you don't have to sleep, we'll go ahead and say that inside your grove, you're fine. All right. I will bring up the first one. You're going to have to write this down so you remember.
Yeah. Okay. Go
You
for
want
it.
me to roll or you want to roll? I'll let you roll. Roll me a D100.
So what?
This is for the minor.
17.
All right. Okay. You become proficient in history.
Nice.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I was already proficient in history.
No, you were
So
half
I-
proficient. You were half proficient. You had jack of all trades in history.
There we go. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Again.
Roll me another D100. These are the minor powers.
Yeah.
92.
2. Opposite ends of the scale.
While you're attuned, you gain a +1 to your AC.
Superb. So that bumps my AC from 17 to 18, which is nice.
All right.
I feel I've been challenged.
Oh no, dude, your armor class is always going to be way better than mine, buddy.
I am 18, but if I put Shield of Faith, it becomes 20.
Well, even with your shield, I'll take a look at that in a minute. All right. Here's the big one, the major ones. Roll me a
Okay.
D100.
D100?
56.
56.
Okay, I'm going to copy this into the chat here.
Hmm?
I don't artifact. connection to the DM from after you cast a spell roll.
So it's almost like the wild. What was it though?
Okay,
Wild
so
magic.
It's a recharge.
okay, so you choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you choose which 4th level spell that is.
Yep.
So it is like a little wild magic, a little bit.
Well, no. I think
it's more like a breath
one
weapon.
4th level spell. You choose it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's like a breath weapon.
One 4th level spell.
All right. Roll me d4.
4. Okay.
Oh, nice.
All right. Now roll me. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just a moment. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me an 8-sider.
D8. 3.
All right. Let me import the spell into your thing here. Spells. It's in the SRD, so I don't have to worry about screwing anything up.
Cool.
Vitriolic Sphere.
That is a very good one.
Freezing
spell
sphere.
attack. Not vertical spell. I believe it is acid attack damage.
Yeah, it's a acid fireball.
Nice. Okay, cool. Virtuous sphere.
It's so good, actually.
Fourth level.
All right. And it's once per day. That's right. There. So that should have a uses 1 of 1. And then we can reset that. All right. One more D100.
One more D100. Okay.
62.
62.
Nice. Don't know that, but
Roll me. What is it here?
Sorry, Rick.
Roll me a. Yeah. D20.
20. 7.
Okie dokie. Same as the other one, only it's a 5th level spell. Greater Restoration.
Nice. So I can cast Vitriolic Sphere once per day, and I can cast Greater Respiration once per day.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Well,
does she need a component for greater restoration?
no.
Oh,
No. She just free casts it. Now, the thing is it if you roll a 1 through 5, you lose it until the next dawn. If you roll a 6, you can cast it again.
Yeah, that's good for me.
All
I can
right.
only cast it through the book, and so even I can't, and so I can't use spell slots to cast it.
No. So here's what happens. Here's what happens. You finish reading the book. You're attuned to the book. The book disappears.
Okay, so
Right? I'm going to double check that and make sure I read that right. I'm pretty sure that's what happens.
okay, so I would get the 2 cantrips, the 1 first level spell and 2nd level spell.
Yeah. Of your choice. So which ones did you want?
DM'd you those. I DM'd you those, but I couldn't go, let me read them to you.
Just type them in the just their 2 cantrips.
Where would you like me to type them?
Just put them in the chat window. Or just tell me which ones do you want.
A mage hand and message for cantrips.
And message.
Mm-hmm.
Bing.
The first
And the first level spell?
shield.
Shield. Right.
And the 2nd level spell is
Yep.
2nd level spell is Mind Spike. Going along with Ember's theme of doing psychic emotional damage to people.
Mind Spike. There we go.
Yes, please.
There we are. Just remember that your intelligence is the spellcasting ability modifier for those. So
And my intelligence goes up by 2.
By 2.
Yeah, so it goes from 14 to 16.
Yep. So I'll fix that. Oh,
I
I fixed it. Okay. I wanted to go to your spellbook. So mage hand and message don't matter. Shield doesn't matter. Mind Spike is the one that does matter. Details. And saving throw is based off intelligence.
Yep. And I've now also got esoteric magic and arcane aura, which need to be added to my features.
Okay. And then we go here. And you need what?
I need added to my features. I need to inventory. I need to. You need to add esoteric magic.
Okay, so
once you've read and studied the book, any spell slot you expend to cast a bard, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard spell counts as a spell slot of 1 higher level. So if I cast a 3rd level spell, it's cast at 4th level.
yeah, everything is cast
So I
at a
just
higher
have to
level.
remember.
It's every spell you cast is cast as if it were
level
1 level higher. And there doesn't seem to be...
Except for my druid spells. Not my druid spells, but all the others.
Yeah. And
I also got resistance to magic spells. Spell damage.
yes. Attributes. Special traits.
So the spell book then disappears once I've done it. So I disappears out of my inventory, correct?
Hold on a second. Let me. Magical damage. There we go. You have resistance to magical damage.
Yeah.
We'll just remember that that's spells, because there isn't a spot
Oh,
for.
damage, yeah.
There isn't one for.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Oh no, there is one.
Yeah,
Never mind.
that's good.
There is one right here for spell damage. There we go. Never mind.
Okay.
All right, and you have advantage on anything based on your intelligence.
Yeah.
Any skill check, because there's no way for me to fix that either.
Skill.
You just have to remember that. I'm gonna leave the book in here. It says, yeah, your resistance an advantage on any skill-based checks. Yeah, so you gain all these benefits. The book disappears because you're technically attuned to it. You stop being attuned to it if you ever lose the ability to cast 7th level spells.
Yeah.
So we'll leave the book in your inventory, but it's gone. Like, you finish reading it, and as soon as you read that last page, you're like, poof, it just winks out of existence, going somewhere else in the multiverse.
Yeah. I appreciate the goodies it gave me. I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
For 3 days, Krankus, you wander out into the forest about midway through this, about right after lunch the second day, and basically knock things over and pummel things and go to where that little campsite was, because you know how to get back there now that the grove is not preventing you from finding your way back, and basically just dig a hole, smash some things. There's nice giant dragon bones there that you can wail on that are pretty sturdy. Like, they only break yeah, they only break if you do 30 or more in a swing. So you're just Jorzyah, you have a lovely time with Casmi. You guys take long walks together. You have, nice meals together. You get all snuggly. Pretty much like a first and second date kind of thing. And you spend a lot of time learning more about her family, as she has 137 cousins. And she knows all of them. And she tells you the names of all of them. You do not remember them.
Nope.
Yeah. Lots of them are like, weird flower names and odd tree names. And a couple of the ones from the water you recognize, but they're like really odd, rare kind of underwater, flora. You recognize a couple of those, but they don't stick in your head. But she spends a lot of time talking about every one of them, and where they met, and how she knows them, and all of that stuff. And you have a lovely time. Is there anything either one of you two wants to do specifically during these 3 days before we move on?
There are point after 2 days from staying still with Casmi and having fun with her, talking, a lot of talking. There's some itching moment for Jorgal. He will go to Krankus. And when he find him, look at him and let's done with it. I will look to Krankus and I will take out Greaves and Shield out front of Krankus.
Oh. Little brother decided he wants to finally tell you to shut up and leave him alone.
No, not shut. No, 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 no. It's not shut up, leaving it. No, 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 no. It's it's more of It's been
I
2 days.
you need something to fight.
Yeah, there have been 2 days. It was so nice. I think it was one of the nicest day for Jorgal. It was one of the best 2 days in his life, actually, because in past months he been fighting and been. It was. It was
Oh yeah,
some. Yeah, it was different from him, and he felt good actually about that. The same time he felt bad.
yeah.
Something in him that itching, and he know only person that can return that feeling is Krankus.
Prankus, do you oblige him? Like he just walks up and is like, "Let's do it." Yeah.
It's like, let's done with this, and he will take
All
it.
right, you guys duke it out for a little while. Are you fighting? Manam, are you fighting to win?
And no, it's more of
Sparring?
a sparring, and not just sparring, is more of me and like if Krank is okay with that, of course. It's not like Jorga will put his mind in this fight. It's not like about winning. It's about showing Krankus you're stronger than Jorgal. But Jorgal can give you a hard time by running around, holding his shield,
Yeah.
disappearing everywhere. And he still, the moment Krankus found him, smack him 10 feet away,
Yeah.
smacking Jorgal 10 feet away. But the moment he fall, he stand up and start running everywhere. Like it's like hit and run between Jorgal,
Yeah.
like hit and run for Jorgal and for Krankus chasing Jorgal and smack Jorgal so hard. So that what
All right.
like is
So
not about winning.
You guys bloody each other fairly decently.
Yeah, yeah. It was like an intense moment between like our.
Not fit. So, it's none of the blows are fatal,
No.
but they are painful. Like you guys do both get really low before finally, as Krankus takes like the fifth or sixth jab from an invisible Jorah, he finally rages. The wings come out, and it gets a little bit more intense for like the next couple of like the next minute or so, where Jorah is really kind of on the back foot for a lot of it. Where yeah, you hit him, but it doesn't do as much damage as it used to because now he's raging, and now he's got this. He throws the wings out. He's got he can fly up in the air and come down at you and throw the hammer from the sky, and like it changes the tactics a little bit. Eventually, the two of you get to the point where you have to make a decision. I need both of you to make wisdom saves at disadvantage. We'll start with Krankus.
Oh, hold on, I gotta do it again.
Okay,
Oh,
Jorah.
19.
okay. I think it is. Let me try to do that. Okay, that 26.
Disadvantage.
Yeah,
One more. Okay,
22.
so the heat of the battle, the bloodlust is getting to both of you. Krankus, you're like, oh, you motherfucker, like you're just like, and you're like, wait, it's not a real enemy. Like you guys have been doing this for like 3 or 4 minutes now. Like this is like a protracted fight because you're both really, really good at it. And then Krankus, you're like, oh, I should stop raging now. This is gonna go bad if I don't. Like you, because you're like cranking up on this thing and you're getting ready to just like heave this at his back, right? And you're like,
Yeah.
you're like, no. And you kind of like drop your rage. Jorah, you hear him kind of like, ugh, and you turn and there's this flash right behind your eyes for a second of he deserves it. He deserves it. and then you're like, no, that's him. And you're like, you kind of relax your posture a little bit. You put the end of great, like Krankus is leaning on his hammer, like he's come down off his rage. He's kind of like got the hammer head down on the ground, like holding the, leaning up against it. And you kind of like drop your shield, stick the edge of grace down into the ground. You guys are about 50, 60 feet apart, and you're both like, I felt good. But for a second, you were both ready to start throwing killing blows at each other. you were one failed save away from going for it.
Well,
Krankus because of his rage, and Jorah because, well, there's something going on there. But you two managed to, like, you do that and you sit down, you guys have a nice drink.
I'm looking at Krankus like, why the hell I did accept? Why did I say I want to fight you? holding the shield, like the part of my hand, the left hand that I hold shield. It's like no matter how holding back Krankus is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
One, and getting hit and shielding that freaking giant hammer is still hurtful.
Oh yeah, your shoulder and arm are just like almost numb now that the adrenaline starts to work. And Krankus, you're like, oh, like there are 3 or 4 ribs that are broken from him jabbing Grace down in there and twisting the blade with those sneak attacks. You're like, yeah, I'm probably gonna need that fixed.
No, I don't let him know. I don't let him know.
You don't have a choice. Yeah, you're both at like 30 hit points. You're like, oh yeah, that's gonna leave. Like you're leaning, trying not to, like Krankus is trying to nonchalantly lean against his hammer, and he's like, but he's got that like there's like psst, 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 blood coming out from behind his like kidney. He's just like, that's pretty good.
No, it's hurt. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, anytime, Puddle Boy, anytime. Is he looking anymore?
I'm at the moment like sitting in a close like after that battle, like sitting close to like Krankus. Like I want to fall down. The same time, I don't want to fall down because it's still painful.
Yeah, you're leaning up against the shield.
Hurt.
Like you got the shield off of your arm, but you're still kind of holding on to it, kind of like leaning up against it. You're both like sitting on the edge of the pit where the dinosaur bones are, and you're like, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, anytime, Puddle Boy. Yeah, anything you say, one unibrow. Right? And then you both kind of limp your way back into the grove where you're slowly bandaged by Casmi and some of the other dryads and stuff, and you finish dinner, you go to sleep, you're fully healed. Everybody gets a long rest, even though you and then Ember, you. With all this magical knowledge coursing through your brain that you've spent the past 3 days absorbing pretty much the entirety of magical knowledge that you could possibly fit into your tiny little, acorn head, right? And there's a lot of it. You're like, I'm pretty smart. Holy shit, you can do that and that, and that's how that works. Well, damn, because. You know a lot of, you have knowledge of how arcane magic works, but this is like a treatise on, the inner workings of, it's full of algebra and calculus on spells. And as you finish, the book disappears, you take a moment, and then you realize that you've been missing the bigger picture about the orbs. About the spires, about what's going on magically here.
Right.
You realize that all of these forces working against each other is the reason that your grandfather has managed to start to influence his children again. That's why the orbs were found.
Yeah.
That's why things are going sideways at every step. It's not because this is just happening. It's you can now see the that big brain meme thing with all the calculations. You can now see that the crystal, the Dragon Lord, your grandfather, Typhon, the Emerald Enclave, the Dark Mage, the cults, the tree, like all of this stuff is being percolated by several forces that are all opposed to each other, and in that chaos is where grandfather thrives.
Yeah.
Then you come to the realization that the spires, something you had forgotten about because it was in passing one time that your mother mentioned. The spires were here before the Dragon Lords. They were built as conduits. Teleportation, they're used as teleportation hubs, but they're linked intrinsically to the land itself, to this continent.
And because this continent is out of phase, that's part of what's creating the chaos.
Yes. The spires need to be realigned.
Aligned. Did I get any? Did I glean any?
At the heart of every spire is a control stone.
Right. How many spires are there?
6.
6.
Right. And there are 5 orbs.
Yep. Well, as far as you know, there's 5 orbs. Or there may be 5 orbs that unlock something else. But yes, you start to do the math in your head. And there's 6 spires. One of them is hidden away. But there's 5 of them in locations that seem to kind of correspond with the different elements. And Slarkathel, who is, Dad's favorite, right?
Boy. Yeah, of course he is.
And you look up to the spire, the amethyst at the top, and you start walking towards it. Jorzyah and Krankus follow, as they always do. You reach the temple where the Sphinx once stood, and you look up. And you guys noticed it before, but you were really intent on getting inside this and taking care of the princess because that was your main goal. You were going to do it later, but you got sidetracked. You notice that this amethyst spire, because of the way it's shaped, doesn't have, like, it's really faceted weird. Like the emerald spire looks like a nice, orderly thing. As you look at this one, the way the light comes off of it's multifaceted, and the way it comes off, like it looks like it shifts its shape as the longer you stare at it. And you realize that if anyone would be attuned to this one, it would be Slarkathel. As you stand in front of it and watch it shift the patterns. And Jorzyah, you and Krankus both do the same thing. You look up and it's a spire, but okay, why has it got 3 levels now? It has 4 levels. Now it's like tilted to the side. Now it kind of comes up at an angle and then tilts to the left and goes to the right. Now it gets fat. Now it gets kind of skinny. By the way the light plays off of it.
I'm betting that the black obelisk that was formerly the Emerald Obelisk, that's where Zaratan's orb should go.
That's an assumption you can make. But you're here in front of the amethyst.
Yeah, but we don't have Slarkath's orb. That's the issue.
Well,
Let's go and have a...
Slarkathel was captured. Jorgal said that. He said they finished Slarkathel because they had Slarkathel and Boreas. Those were their 2. They finished
Because
Slarthakel, and then he appeared there.
yeah. And he will
Right.
point out
So
that in
we
a
need to
memory
get
that the reason that Jorgal appeared in the temple, it's the same flashlight that to him. But
let's ask. Let's. All right. I want to go into this spire, and I want to see whether or not the orb has been returned to the spire.
yeah,
Okay. You guys make your way to the front of the spire. Like the Emerald Spire,
Yeah.
there are 5 doors on the outside, 5 entrances on the outside. However, now there's 7. Now there's 2. Now there's 4. It shifts as the light plays off of it. You're not quite sure. And as you stand there studying it, that's where we're going to end.
oh,
All right. Fair enough.
more cliffhanger.
Oh boy.
All sorts of stuff going on today, huh?
There's a lot of stuff going on today. And that really badly means we need to find my mother's orb.
You're supposed to be finding all the orbs. You don't have any of them at the moment.
I know. No, but I'm hoping that if Slazakar's orb's been returned here, that's fine. That's where it's supposed to be. And we get the other orb. We get Zaratan's orb, or we get the other 4 orbs, and we locate where they're supposed to be, and we put them back, and we realign the obelisks.
Yep.
That's what we're going to. That's right.
Huh?
And anybody who gets in our way.
Yep. This was a down. This was a good downtime episode. Everybody got some really cool stuff. You guys have managed to recap. You guys managed to restore some semblance of good to Thandra's temple. You have acquired some artifacts lost to history.
Mm-hmm.
You have found that Morrigan it does have a foothold here somewhere, or is beginning to.
And we'll probably find those. Places at the sites of ancient, famous battles.
You've come across the fact that your father didn't have the orb and is getting married, and happens to like your friends.
I kind of figured the married thing.
And happens to like your friends, which is good for them.
Yeah, very good for them. Have I had a chance? I placed the order for the dress, didn't I?
Yes, you haven't gone back to get it.
No. I mean, I'm going to be returning in the next. But that's one of the stops on the way of returning.
Yeah.
So I've got a dress to give her. For the wedding.
the sunless citadel is where that is. And it's also where Agatha may or may not be.
Well, put it this way, she's going to want to be.
Yeah. You don't have a line on your mother's orb as of yet.
No.
But as Jorah reminds you that he said that Agatha would provide that information if she found it. So you may get some sort of message or something. Casimir seems to be in good spirits and accepted the fact that once you guys were kind of finished here at the Grove and stuff, you would be going to go find her cousin.
Mm-hmm.
And
talk between to talk to the Dark Witch.
Yes, talk.
We've got to go back to the atoll. We've got to go back to the atoll anyway because we need to find the right honourable Alistair. What's his name?
Yeah.
Okay, he's one of the champions. So we've got to go back there anyway. In which when we're there, that's when we deal with Suagan and go and find Semaphore.
Yeah.
We'll be in the local location. It makes sense.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we pop down to Suargan.
Krankus is waiting. Krankus is waiting for the other shoe to drop. Krankus has been. Here's my. Yeah, I got this cool stuff, and now it's getting worse.
We have to use it.
Yeah, now it's getting worse, right? Like for Krankus, I feel like every time you guys accomplish something, Krankus is like, and you guys find out more information. Krankus is like, and there it is.
and there's another thing.
Yes, and there's more dumb shit I have to go do and kill. That's fine. That's fine. Grandmaster Krankus Greatslayer is more than happy to lend his hammer to the righteous fight, as long as he gets to chew on people.
Yeah, and to be fair, he is represent. I mean, put it this way: the reputation that you're building as Guildmaster is going to be pretty much unsurpassed.
Oh yeah.
By the time you eventually retire, your reputation and your deeds are going to make the next guy quake.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Well,
I'm
I
not
feel
sure who
bad.
can hurt
I'm like
you.
I'm feeling bad because they're going to take down the statue of the they're going to put his statue up next to this to the lizard man, and it's going to be so much bigger.
Yeah.
And scarier. It's like and scarier. Like this was Crank. This was the first Grandmaster. Oh, and this is Krankus Greatslayer. Oh, look at the first Grandmaster. Isn't he cute?
No, the funny thing is, Krankus has substantially evolved since the last time he was back there.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like when at the end, when Krankus returns to the guild, to retire as the guild to take on the mantle of the guild master. And they're like, we're going to build your statue, and the guys out front are like, that's so much bigger than the other guy. Like, this guy started it all. This guy is what you strive to be. This is
like remind you about the people in the future, like in the future, when people looking to these statue of the guild masters and look to Krankus as bulking Hulk Minotaur with a big wing, and they look, okay, every one of the guild master is okay, but does that thing really, like...
Does that exist? Like...
Does that exist?
Yeah, exactly. Seriously, that's myth and legend.
This is a mythical creature.
Hundreds of, a couple of 100 years in Embry, and it'll be, that's not real. They made that up. The stories of you guys would be, impossibly like that was a bunch of people and you guys just put them all together. That was a bunch of creatures. You guys just put them all together, right? The champion of the animal lords. Like it'll all be printed on the front because Ember would have nothing less, right?
I believe that.
I already told you.
Yeah. The first, the lizard guy, they'd be like, "Oh look, Crank just had a familiar, the lizard."
Yeah, that's so cute. He has a pet. He has a pet lizard man. That's so cute. Isn't he so cute? I already told you guys that the game I'm running in real life with my friends is they started in Embry, and there's an actual statue of all you guys in front of the library.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How many years after?
10 years after the battle.
Oh.
Yeah, they were all They were all small, like 8 to 10-year-olds during the Battle of Embry.
Okay.
So they all lived through that, and then grew up in the aftermath, and now have become adventurers themselves, chasing down an evil that has taken hold of Embry. Demons snatching people in the middle of the night.
I guess I know why that happened. Okay. I guess I know. Like I immediately okay, it might be our fault, guys.
No, it's fine. I mean, there's now, it's only been 10 years, so even still, the returning old gods are still not completely worshipped all together. Like people are still worshiping the spirits and stuff like that, but there are churches now of Orad, and there's churches of Thondra that are built in Embry. So they've built up, but it has become an even bigger bureaucracy than it was before.
Yeah.
Because the thing that kept them running really, really smoothly is the thing they latched onto the most, that was the most stable. I mean, you figured, your city's destroyed. What's the one thing that kept you stable before? And they just kind of, they went all in on the bureaucracy to, do all that. It was, they love it. I think it's cool. I think it does an honor to you guys. Regardless of the final outcome.
And by the way, I'm happy to make sure that the Thieves Guild occasionally helps prop up the government. Just
Oh no, they're all together now. Bribery is now affixed inside the cost. So you don't have to bribe. Oh. It's part of the cost now.
Shit, I must have really organized things when I got back.
If you make it back. I don't know what happens, so I left a bunch of the details.
No.
There's just the statue, and everybody's heard everybody knows who the heroes of Embry are. There's just not a lot of information except from people who were there. But so we're going to do our affirmations. We're going to start with Tom, who I feel like Tom had a really good past couple episodes of really just smashing shit in the face and killing a lot of people. And this episode, he was kind of in the background a little bit. I tried to bring you up. But what was your favorite Krankus moment, aside from getting to hit Jorah a couple times? Or a lot?
It's a lot.
What was that? I mean, what was the whole idea of actually us going almost no holds barred for a little bit? I had one earlier and I can't remember what it was, but it was, it is the whole thing. He still has separation anxiety. He's not going to let Ember split the party, so that's not happening. Yeah. That's not happening. So,
you guys want to go ahead without me? No.
Nope.
Okay, well that was completely why it was. I presented it as an option and said, look, it's entirely your choice. I'm not going to try and push anybody around on this. If you want to stay, you're more than welcome. Please do. If you want to get going and do stuff, then fair enough. And you went, no, I'm staying. And I went, cool.
Yeah, as much as he wants to hit stuff, he's not leaving. Yeah. It's just not happening.
Yeah, no, fair.
I guess the one thing was with that even before the name showed up on the old gods, that he's still, regardless of any evidence, he's still going to believe until he sees dead bodies that Leon and Claxon are alive.
Right.
And that was kind of the point. That, Leon's going to love that sword. We got to hold on to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one particular sword, I think I'm gonna have to be giving it to the Fae Queen to be dealt with.
Yeah,
I don't think there's. To be honest with you, I don't think there's anything. I don't think my conscience would allow me to do anything else.
No, but it's just the idea that there is no even if it was minimal evidence, any evidence that they're still alive, he's gonna hold on to, or he's even gonna warp it a bit. He's even gonna warp anything to shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that both Leon and Claxton's name are on the amulet of the gods is very good indication that they're both still alive.
But that just reaffirms his belief. He's always believed they're still alive somewhere. There's nothing until it's basically that whole thing like the horror movie. Unless you see the body dead,
they're not. The bad. Yeah, the bad guy always comes back for one last scare, right? Yeah, but I wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure that they were on there because they're supposed to be on there. But it was also so Krankus can get that little bit of I believe it, but now I have proof, right? There's a difference in I believe they're still alive. I believe they're still alive, and then well, it's in writing. Yeah.
He before that he believes it because he wants to believe it, right? There's nothing you could. If you try to talk to him, he's gonna be no, I don't care. They're still alive, and that's just see, I was right. They are.
Yeah. Sai.
I did really enjoy the fight between the two of them. I also really like Grumpy Krankus stomping around battlefields. That was quite fun. And his absolute refusal to go anywhere, even though he's utterly uncomfortable where he is. He's just not going to go on his own. I love that. That was really cool.
I'm so uncomfortable here. This grove is the antithesis of everything Krampus grew up with. Like,
yeah.
People are hugging him, telling him he's cute, and he's like, just making my skin crawl. Like, I need to go tear something's throat out real quick.
Nice.
Yeah.
This
He's
place
like,
is far too nice.
Yeah, I need to go tear something's throat out. I'll be right back.
It's Conan the Barbarian at Woodstock.
Yeah. Yes. That is perfect. Manam?
Yeah, the thing about it's not like I'm not leaving Ember. We go all like he specifically said we all staying together. There's no split. Oh, like just to point out, I had a plan. Like send me to Sunless Citadel to talk to Agatha. I'll talk to someone there, gathering some item. Like I had a plan to do that, but when I heard and saw how persist that Crank is no. All of us will stay together. I don't care. We're gonna stay together, and he respect I respect that. And funny moment that was scary moment for Jorgal that when the tail was thrown to him, like if it hit, it will really hurt him. Like
yeah.
it was.
I did crit on one of the attacks, by the way.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
but that was
the one that destroyed the tree. I was like, shit.
Yeah, all those bad rolls made up for the crit with the tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Krampus would be like, "You're not leaving," and there'd be an axe in your back.
You're not leaving? Why? Because I'm sitting on you. Shit. Sai, your favorite Ember moment?
I thought it was a nice moment, basically turning back to Jorah and saying, "Okay, I now consider you worthy enough to date my cousin." I thought that was a really nice
prince.
moment. And completely typical of that kind of snobby attitude.
Yeah. Oh, you're a prince. That totally changes everything.
Well, no, it just gives him access to the table now.
Yeah.
It's more acceptable now.
Yeah. Dom?
I mean, there was that. I mean, after everything Jorah's done, like on the battlefield, it's like, all right, now you have a title. Now we can talk about you maybe dating my cousin. now at least you're on the radar. You're not married. You're on the radar. And there was a comment too of like, all right, Dad, you have my permission to get married.
Yeah.
Your dad would be like, that's nice, honey.
Yeah. You're so cute. Manam?
It wasn't so much I gave my permission; it was more like I'm giving him my blessing.
Yeah.
So it's like, listen. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be the bitchy stepdaughter about this. I'm cool with it. It's all good.
She's a nice lady.
Yeah, exactly. The 2 or 3 times I've had a chance to interact with her, she's a really nice lady, and there is no reason for me to be giving,
and she's not asking for sacrifices, so that's good.
Yeah.
Manam?
Yeah, he wasn't sure actually to tell her that info, but he decided to put it with a general ID. But she took that, like it says that she took that part specifically.
Yeah.
Like, oh, now you are not, even if it's a lost kingdom or maybe destroyed or anything, but you're still a prince. I might, but I love the idea of she will be helpful, like even if it is destroyed or anything, like that moment of Ember giving her care about her friend, that I'm gonna help you, like I will do my best, and I know you will need me.
Yeah.
That because we'll need it, but it's still giving that beautiful care about this character that she will help her friend, her brother, like call little brother and sister or something like that. So I love that character.
The scene caption is Jorah pours his heart out. Ember goes, "Oh, you're a prince?" Just ignores everything else that he said for the past 25 minutes, and goes, "Oh, you're a prince? Oh, that's cool. That's her takeaway. Like all of this, all of this, backstory and all this other stuff about him getting his, now he's got 2 souls in his body and all this. It's like, so you're not mind controlled? No. You're you now, yeah, and you're a prince. You're not gonna.
I'm a prince. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. You're not gonna stab me in the back. You're still in charge. You're still the guy I can count on. Oh yeah, and you're prince. Cool. That's.
As Ember once said before, I may be a princess of a lost and dead group of people, but I'm still a fucking princess.
Yeah.
I accord the same level of title to Jorah that he gets the same treatment.
Manam, your favorite Jorah moment today?
Oh, there are a few things happened today to Jorah. The merging of that huge information that he gets, and knowing now he have a goal. After all that, he have a goal. He will not leave. He will not go to swim the sea and disappear. No, he have a goal to do, and there's still conflict inside him. There's still thing he need to find out about himself, and there are more of him need to be found out. I believe so. And one of the beautiful, cool moment, not shy, that he have now Kazmi, like he have the best 2 days in his life he ever had in his life as a person. That is a beautiful moment for Jorgal, and I think it's adorable for him to have these 2 day, and he was become. This is now how we know what Triton look like when he get blushed. And I believe it is a cool moment. I believe it is a cool moment because after 2 days, he know Krankis and himself. There's something in their both heart. They don't hate each other. They respect, care about each other, but they need to push things aside. So I believe one of the reason I decide to make Jorah go to Krankis, and not even like he did not ask him. He immediately take out the sword and the shield. The frustration that I believe in Krankis and that today that happened need to be get out.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, a little frustration. Get a little, vent
and
a little
also
bit.
So I think that's a cool moment for Jorgal. And there are other few things about him, but I believe this is the main things for me at the moment.
Sai?
I really like the. If a blue thing goes red, what do they turn? Purple. Okay. But there were a bunch of other lovely moments that I really liked. I loved him being hot, but him being horribly embarrassed and not knowing what to do with himself in front of Kazmi always fills me with a certain amount of delight. I'm sorry, but it really does.
Tom?
I mean, all those moments were great moments, and I won't go back through them. But there's one where actually he pulled out the monocle in underneath. Like that was like one of those things where like we, all those things that were buried on our sheets. And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna pull out the monocle." Like that little thing. That all the other stuff was great, but that was just like one of those things. Like, oh yeah, we gotta remember everything we have, and that's also Jorah. He's kind of
remember those things and remembered the tarot card finally.
Yep.
Yeah. I never show up.
Yeah. Hey, look. I may not do a lot of things well, but I do read your character sheets every now and then. To remember. Try to remember what's going on.
I put a note in my side note that every place that have similar like a dungeon or temple or something, I'm gonna use that monocle because that's what should be now from now on.
It's an ancient. Yeah, I mean it works once. It works. It does what it's supposed to do. Right? We figured out what it does. It does a single thing. It doesn't do anything really spectacular, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not like, oh, now I can see through walls and see the bad guys and all that. It's just, it gives you a certain appreciation for how things used to be before all of this started.
And we found out about Morgan. And
Yeah.
there are places for her. Like, this is the one thing I think, if we
Yeah.
did not, I'm not sure of that, but because the monocle, we found out their circle connect to Sentinel Keep that
Mhm.
have the fights close to it. So I think this is one of the good thing that Jorgal did. And I remember to do.
And you remember to do. That's the key for your party, is
Yeah.
remembering
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Occasionally,
is.
occasionally I kind of nudge you a little bit, and like,
Yeah.
come on, a little
Most of the
narrative.
time we need it.
So
Better
Tom, Tom, your favorite DM NPC story plot moment?
It was the rewind and fast forward of the battle. Like that to me, I could picture it, going back and forth, kind of like the, things like going in reverse, then almost like fast forwarding up again, and kind of that play. So that was mine.
Cool. Sai?
I really like the amulet of the gods, and sort of that the way that everything was tied into there and the names on it and everything else. That I really like that particular detail. That was really nice.
Awesome. Manam?
Yeah, the lore that we've been given, the temple, the connection, the spire, the information that you give to Sai, to Ember, about how everything worked. Now it's click. This the moment that you when you give it to us, it feel like, yeah, that's the reason. This is the main thing. Like, I think it was a good thing. And there are other side about. I believe it is good when the fake creature felt that uh, bad feeling about immediately. Like, I click at mine that sword is can have that corruption thing that make fake creature hated it, like want to stay away from it. Uh, These all point are good point. I love how you do these things, like to point us, and like everything is connected. That's good. That's good. Like, I like it.
Yeah. I try to make sure that you guys still have the feeling that what you're doing impacts the world around you. That is the hardest thing. And so when you guys find a thing or do a thing, that comes up. I really enjoy. For me, it was Jorah's interaction with Kazmi, as always. Just that it warms me to the cockles of my heart. Ember's unforgiving mentality of, yes, I'm going to help you because you need me. Like, no matter what you're going to try to do, honey, it's fine. Mommy will be there to help you. like you said it to your dad. You said it to Jorah, right? You kind of coddled Krankus, like, Krankus, come out of the divot. Come over here. I'll stand between the two of you just in case. Like that unrelenting, like, motherhood, but with that slight air of superiority, like, you need me because you need me. Like, if I left you alone, what would really happen, right? And then
Exactly.
Yeah, for Krankus, it's always that directness of Krankus. Like, Jorah's got his secrets and his tactics and stuff, and Ember has her eloquent way with words, and Krankus is very much, we killed the thing, we took its shit, we fixed some things, we found out some things, now let's go kill some more shit. Like, Krankus is very much, we have a job to do, can we please do it? And you guys are like, but we have all these things to do. And Krankus is like, well, pick one. Like, I don't care which one you pick, just fucking pick one, right? Like, I also like how I also enjoyed how you played the uncomfortableness of Crank as like a person who's lived as a slave, was a gladiator, like fought his way for years. Like his life has been so tough under the unforgiving boot of his oppressors, and now he's getting all this love and attention, and he's just like, I don't know, this is uncomfortable. Like this is not how this is not how like right. Yeah, this is not how love works. I have feelings. I don't have feelings. Go away. I'm not crying. You're crying. Right? But I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. I hope the audience did. You can watch this on the video on demand. If you can't catch us live, you can also catch us on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the new videos are going up. Shout out to our sponsor, Comic Book World at comicbookworld.com. Check them out for all your comic role-playing and tabletop RPGs and Magic Gathering, Pokemon, all that kind of good stuff. Check them out. And we will be back. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, yeah, I'm forgetting one good thing. You guys leveled up.
Oh.
Just so everyone knows, this is season 4, episode 6. We are now a quarter of the way through our last season.
You and I need to have a conversation about circles.
Yes. Yeah, that definitely have to have that conversation. We will get to that. We'll take all of that care of take care of all that Monday and Tuesday. But you guys, congratulations! You are now level 18.
Wow, cool! Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Hey, you're gonna need it. As Tom knows, Tom is the one that's like standing there waiting for the other shoe to drop. Why is he giving us all this stuff? Oh shit, that means it's getting harder.
Like, for me is now we are level 18, and sorry for Tom, but for me and Sai, working with level 0, like we start in level literally 0 and work our level
18 is
it feel good. It feel
I have gone out of my way to like again, like the last fight. I don't pull any punches. I don't want people to think that you can get away with it's not easy to get a character to level 18 and survive, especially even Tom and Twitchy. Leo. Even Tom and Twitchy. I put them through their paces that first game that they had by themselves, their session 0. I put them through their paces. I made them work for it. Everybody has worked hard, and it is a testament to the group dynamic that you guys have made, to the players that you guys have managed to survive. Because I have dropped and eaten several of you multiple times. Like you have been at 0 and close to being dead multiple times. And you guys managed to find a way. You guys managed to find a way to get out of it. Hey, that's I don't play my monsters as stupid unless they're stupid. But I also don't go out of my way to try to murder you all. So it's a fine balance. So you guys are now staring at a spire of chaos, ready to march in there with all your cool tricks. We'll see what happens. This has been Oblivion Unchained, Season 4, Episode 6, Revelations of Jorzyah, which is his real name. We will be back next Friday. Next Friday? Yes, next Friday. Yeah. To see what happens to our intrepid crew of intrepid band of adventurers and see if they survive the tower or not. And we wish all of you a great weekend. Signing out here from the Bucci's Room on the Dark Side of the Moon. I'm the Lupo King. These are the guys. May all your rolls be crits. May all your draws be lands. And we will see you next week. Bye, everybody.
Bye now.
Bye.
See you later.